It's 8 o'clock on Today. Coming up, dramatic ending. That multi-day manhunt out of Texas now over. The arrest of the mass shooting suspect coming about an hour after an FBI tip.
We just want to thank the person who had the courage and bravery to call in the suspect's location.
We're live with the latest. Then, writer's block.
Union! Power! Union!
Power!
This morning, thousands of film and TV writers taking to the streets once again.
I do believe that this is an existential fight for the future viability of writing even being a career.
Straight ahead, a look at how the strike is already impacting some of your favorite shows. Plus, starstruck in Studio 1A. First, Jennifer Lopez is here to tell us all about married life, the Met Gala, and her new movie like we've never seen her before.
From here on, you do everything I say.
And all hail the Queen.
Life as queen was difficult.
The cast of the new Bridgerton prequel, Queen Charlotte, here to tell us all the juicy details. And ready to rock. We've got some big news in Pop Start this morning when we reveal the 2023 Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductees. So who made the cut? We'll find out today, Wednesday, May 3rd, 2023.
From West Hartford, Connecticut.
Today is my mom's 40th birthday.
Here for a bucket list retirement trip from Stoneville, North Carolina.
Celebrating Mom's Big 8-0.
At the Today Show.
Visiting from San Jose, California.
And Monterrey, Mexico.
On our senior trip
From Morgan High School.
in Morgan, Texas.
Go Eagles!
Celebrating my sister's birthday.
From Buffalo, New York.
Here to surprise my grandma.
The Today Show's #1 fan.
Watching in Midland, Texas.
We love you, Zanny.
All right, welcome back. When we say Jennifer Lopez can do it all, we mean it. Okay, singer, dancer, actor, businesswoman. And while we've seen her in action movies before, and I know you have, nothing, and I say nothing compares to what she's doing in this new film. It's called The Mother. Jennifer plays an assassin who comes out of hiding to keep her daughter safe from ruthless criminals while teaching her a thing or two along the way. Check it out.
You have to practice. Get the timing right. If you grip too soon, you cut yourself. Give me your arm. Knife fight means your enemy's close. You can't hit him just once. You can never stop hitting him until he can't hit back.
Okay. Girl,
Intense.
I have seen you do action movies.
Yes.
I have never seen you do an action movie like this one. You're on a motorcycle, you're
Yes.
beating people up, you're stabbing people, you're teaching your kid how to do it.
You know, it's amazing to be able to do a role like this at this time in my life. It really is like a big action drama. I'm doing all kinds of stuff. I literally was watching some of the BTS footage of me like training and stuff like that, and I was like, God, this was really intense.
Well, they said you had to get into shape. How much better shape did you have to get into? Because
I was in better shape
Really?
than I am right now.
Really?
Yes, I was. I was working out every morning. I was doing fight training, sniper training, gun training, the whole thing. Because she is like a sniper expert, like supposedly like one of the best that ever was. And then, you know, she was also like a combat person as well.
Well,
so she can fight. She can do all the things.
And you're protecting your kid. That's. And by the way, can we just say?
Yes, that's the only thing that matters.
That's the only thing that matters.
I know.
How are your beautiful kids,
oh my
by
God,
the way?
I know. They're 15.
Wow.
Yes.
Come
and they're
on.
teenagers. They're giving it to me.
What are they doing? What are they doing?
Everything. Listen, they're becoming adults.
Yes.
They are challenging everything in life. They're looking at everything. And these kids have so much information.
Yes.
So much more than we had. So they're thinking and talking about things and about life in a different way than I did when I was 15 or 16 years old.
I feel like we followed the rules. If someone told us we
and
stepped
they
in
don't.
line.
They're like challenging everything and looking at everything, which is great, I think, for our world. I think they're going to change the world, to be quite honest.
You feel that?
Oh, and make it so much better.
Oh,
so
God,
much better than what we did.
I love looking at images of you and your kids and Ben because there's a certain way they look at Ben.
Yeah, they love Ben.
And there's such a connection.
Yeah.
And sometimes
well, he's a
things...
wonderful, wonderful father and a father figure to them as well.
Yeah.
You know, because he has his own 3 beautiful children, and then there's us, and he's fantastic. He really steps up to the challenge of what that is and what that means, and they love him. They love him, and they appreciate him, and so do I.
Well, I can tell you do. God, I can't believe it was 20 years ago that you wrote that beautiful music.
Yes.
For Ben, for that time in your life.
That was me then.
That was you then.
Yeah.
And then this is
me
you now.
Yeah.
And how has, because your love story has spanned the test of time, obviously.
20 years.
And you call him the love of your life, which he always has been.
Mm-hmm.
How is love different now than it was back then?
I think we both, I went on an incredible journey through my life, for the past 20 years, and I think I've grown a lot, and I think the albums really are about kind of capturing those moments in time. Like, I captured that moment in time in that This Is Me Then album of like kind of falling in love and with the love of your life and having that moment, and then 20 years later us coming back together and trying to capture what this moment was, which is a very different thing. And I think people are gonna feel that on the album. Somebody asked me on the red carpet at the Met Gala the other night, like, who else is on the album? What is going on?
Yeah.
And I was like, just me and my whole heart. That's it. That's what's on the album.
That's what it is.
Yeah, I think it really is that, and it does capture this moment in time for me when we first got back together a couple years ago, and it's a beautiful piece of work. I think I'm very proud of it, and I can't wait to put it out later in the summer, early fall. Yeah. Is love better second time around? You think? I think when you have life experience behind you, it's like you said, as different things happen in your life, you realize what's really important. And I love what I do. I always have said that, but since I had kids, that changed a lot for me. And now having a family in this way and being married, you realize, like, you start kind of like rejiggering everything. It's just like, what is really important? How much do I want to work? How much do I not want to work? Do I ever want to go away? Do I want to, all these things are like permeating through your mind all the time. And so, you really start realizing, like, what do I want to do with my life all the time? So. Well, by the way, you look beautiful at the Met Gala. You brought your beautiful sister Linda with you, and your beautiful mom. We went out that night. What about Lupe? How come Lupe wasn't there? was not there because you guys always put her on TV. Wait a minute. By the way, we obsessed.
I wish she could hear our conversation. The whole conversation is, first she says, "You have to see this movie. She's incredible." Then she says, "This new album is like nothing we've ever heard Jennifer do before." And then when you talked about Ben, what did you tell me? She is my mom. She knew you'd always.
I knew that you would always get back together. Yeah. Because I prayed for 20 years.
Look at Jennifer. Jennifer's like.
This is the interview during the interview.
Let's keep going.
Okay. As Jennifer said, let's keep going over here. By the way, we adore you. I can't wait for your music. The movie. The Mother. Yes. The Mother is incredible. Mother's Day. On Mother's Day. On Mother's Day. Of course it is. Yeah, that weekend. And we're going to talk more about it coming up in the fourth hour. But again, The Mother arrives on Netflix May 12th. Yes. Please check it out. All right, let's get a check of the weather from Dylan.
This portion of Today is sponsored by the J.M. Smucker Company. Smucker's is proud to help bring military families together at the 14th Annual Mission Breakfast, serving those who serve our country.
Welcome back, guys. Our Mission Breakfast is underway. Are you guys holding up the line to get on TV? Are your families watching? Hold on! All right, let's give a big wave. flight line earlier this morning. You mentioned and referenced Top Gun. There's actually the highest concentration of Top Gun graduates here at this Navy base. So this is just a really cool place to be, and we'll have much more coming up in just a few minutes.
Get on that jet, Dylan.
That's right. We got our own Crustables here.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, yes.
Oh, wow.
Cheers. I can't eat this before Pop Start. Not before Pop Start.
We can't.
Pop Start.
Let's save it, shall we?
Best
Shall we,
time
Pop?
of the morning.
Okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. First up, breaking news in Pop Start. The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame just announced the inductees for the 2023 class. Let's take a look at who made the cut. All right, leading the list is the woman whose 1985 ballad recently made a massive resurgence. Of course, Kate Bush. Followed by legendary singer Sheryl Crow.
Yeah.
Record-breaking rapper and producer Missy Elliott.
Yes.
The late, great George Michael.
All right.
Country icon Willie Nelson, who just has 90th birthday. Wow. Rage Against the Machine. And finally, the R&B group The Spinners.
Love that.
Oh. Congratulations, everybody. But wait. There is more. This morning, the Hall of Fame also revealed which artists have earned this year's Musical Excellence Award. It goes to funk queen Chaka Khan.
Chaka Khan.
There you go. Singer-producer Al Cooper. And Elton John's legendary songwriting partner, Bernie Taupin.
Yes.
Okay, the induction ceremony is set for November 3rd at Barclays Center in Brooklyn. Go to today.com right now for more, and a big congrats to all the new Hall of Famers. All right, coming up next, our buddy Willie Geist. Last night, the early morning anchor stayed up very, very late, swinging by Watch What Happens Live. In a typical Andy Cohen fashion, they played a game called Weepy Willie, where Willie opened up about the interview that had him all in his feels.
Is there an interview of yours that you had to work hard to hold it together for fear of choking up?
I think I did choke up recently. Austin Butler from the Elvis movie, nominated for an Oscar. He was talking about the sacrifices his mother made to build his career and how she gave up her own life for his. And so we kind of got into it. I think there's a picture of us like holding hands, almost crying together. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sweet.
He's a good guy. Yeah.
Okay. Willie Geist, come on now. By the way, today is Willie's birthday. Happy birthday to you, Mr. Geist. We hope it's a good one. And finally, we are turning Pop Start into a family affair today because we have a very special guest joining us. Let's all say good morning to Mr. Roker's better half, Deborah Roberts.
I've seen you already.
Good to see you.
All right.
Hi, honey. Air kisses.
All right, guys, Deborah's here because she just released a new book, Lessons Learned and Cherished, The Teacher Who Changed My Life. This is the greatest idea of all time because we all have a teacher who changed our lives.
Everybody thinks about it. And I have to tell you, after surviving the pandemic and the stress of all of that, of course, low pay and what they feel is a lot of disrespect, teachers need a spotlight. And that is what this is all about.
Well, look out on our plaza, Deborah, because everybody got a copy of
Check
the
it out.
book. I think they're all...
Oh, my gosh, that's exciting.
Awesome.
It's pretty exciting.
What about everyone's got their teacher? Who was your teacher, Deborah?
Mrs. Dorothy Hardy. I mean, I have a few, and I mentioned them in the book, but my 6th grade English teacher, Mrs. Dorothy Hardy, and my high school librarian, Kathy Turner.
What?
Both just, Mrs. Hardy represented excellence. There she is. I had a chance to thank her before. I mean, when I began my network career, we had a chance to talk about it, but she was an English teacher who was impeccable and demanded excellence, and I rose to the occasion.
And that was Kathy Talon.
And that was Kathy Turner, Talon Turner. And she taught me yoga. Who knew about yoga at that point? But that was when teachers really wanted to pour something into you. They wanted to offer something to you. It wasn't about the lessons and the academics always. It was also about giving you something.
Well, and you used your interview and journalism chops to get other people's stories.
Yes.
I mean, Al's got his story. You got Oprah in there. I mean, you have all incredible stories about
Jenna.
people. Jenna's in there. What was it like to hear people's stories, and was there a common thread?
I was so consumed. You got so sick of me talking about it because I would come in and I would say, oh my God, this great interview with
You're going to
Lorraine
stick around
Sisson.
and talk about it a little more?
Yes, I am.
you are.
In other words, wrap it up. Yes.
Our
It's just
stage
like-
manager.
It's just like being at home. It's like being at home.
This is great. I never get to tell you to stop talking.
welcome back. May is Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. So all month long, we're going to be amplifying AAPI voices, and we're going to start in the world of baseball.
Yeah, this is cool. The Dodgers recently hired the only Asian American play-by-play announcer working for a major league team, and NBC's Emily Aketa got the story. Hi, Emily. Good morning.
Guys, I'm so excited to bring this story to you. You know, you think about it, and MLB broadcasters, they are the guiding voices to America's favorite pastime, sometimes more famous than the players themselves. Think Red Barber, Harry Kalas, and of course, Vin Scully. Well, now Steven Nelson will join the ranks, not just as the newest voice for the Dodgers, but also as the first Asian American to sit in the Dodgers broadcasting booth, a moment that many people are calling bigger than baseball.
Steven Nelson's first time on a major league diamond was at the storied Dodgers Stadium. His father's love of the game and his mother's heritage brought him to Japanese community night as an 8-year-old. He still has the plaque.
This has been displayed in my room since that night.
Nearly 3 decades later, he returns to his hometown just as excited as that little leaguer with a dream.
I'm Steven Nelson.
But now as a member of the world-famous franchise.
That's our booth. That's our home for every game.
The 34-year-old is the Dodgers' newest play-by-play announcer, expected to call more than 50 contests as backup to lead broadcaster Joe Davis.
That's 3. Kershaw strikes out O'Neill to end the second inning.
Nelson sits on hallowed ground, forged by a long line of venerated voices like Jaime Jarrín and Vin Scully.
You're an announcer for the Dodgers. Has that sunk in?
No, absolutely not. Growing up a fan of sports broadcasting, I'm aware of the lineage that I'm now a part of with this franchise, which means so much, not just in Los Angeles or within baseball, but in sport.
But for the fourth-generation Japanese Americans, scoring such a seat is bigger than baseball. Nelson is the only Asian American play-by-play announcer working for an MLB team.
That's the aspect of my professional life that I'll cherish the most. I do now and I will forever. There's so much honor than that.
Major League Baseball estimates just over a fifth of clubs' TV broadcasters in the booth are from diverse backgrounds. For English-speaking coverage, the percentage is half of that, including the Seattle Mariners' award-winning Dave Sims, who told Nelson,
"Every day you show your face, man. You're representing yourself, you're representing Asian Americans just like I do."
Nelson has served in just about every role in sports broadcasting before climbing his way to the NHL and MLB networks. In 2021, he used Japanese he learned as a kid to present an award to Los Angeles superstar pitcher Shohei Ohtani.
An international superstar is Lars Newport.
Nelson building a reputation that even has the opposing team cheering him on.
How would you describe Steven?
A trader, obviously. You know, he's a trader. No, I'm kidding. A great guy, humble guy, the role model for a lot of people. And so kids that, want to get into broadcasting, play-by-play, they have somebody to look up to.
The value of which Dave Roberts, the first manager of Asian heritage to win a World Series, understands.
In this day and age where we're talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion, to see him being the only one speaks to how talented he is, but also speaks to how much further we've got to go.
What's your hope in this role?
Try not to suck. No, I hope that I could just, this is gonna sound so Asian. I just don't want to disappoint my parents.
Oh man.
And my family. And
it never leaves you.
It never leaves, no matter how old we get. And I truly mean that. My only goal is to make them proud. I want to make it about proving people right. The people who have been there for us, who have sacrificed for us, who have helped us and mentored us and taught us. I want to prove them right.
Love it.
One of the things that really struck me about Steven is scoring this role. It's the realization of his childhood dream, something he's worked for his whole life. And yet, in our conversation, in our interview, he never made it about himself. It was always about the people behind him. And as an Asian American sports broadcaster, he is really helping open that door. And he says his focus, his mission is about keeping that door open for others.
You will. Showing the way.
You're a big Dodgers fan.
Love this guy's going to be a part of the lives of Angelinos like me for now another decade, 2 decades, 3 decades, 4 decades.
He's already be one of her fans.
Yeah, I can't wait.
What a By the way, his voice, that's the whole thing,
Love
right?
it.
Yeah.
So
Perfect.
Love him.
Yeah. Great
Love
story.
him. What a guy.
Thank you, Emily.
Great one.
By the way, folks, be sure to catch MLB's Sunday leadoff. It's on Peacock every week. In fact, this Sunday, you can watch the Orioles take on the Braves starting at 11 a.m. Eastern. That game also simul-streaming right here on NBC.
I didn't know that was a thing.
We just made it a thing. Simul-streaming.
Wow.
If it's streaming on Peacock and it's airing on NBC, it's
Simul-streaming.
Vocabulary. There you go.
Yes,
Okay.
adding it to the lexicon.
Guys, if you are a Bridgerton fan, and we know you are, get excited because the stars of Queen Charlotte are right here. They are going to fill us all in on the new prequel show. But first, this is today on NBC. We are back, 8:46. Yes, we are in the mood. We've got the cast of Queen Charlotte, A Bridgerton Story, and some of their most devoted fans out on our plaza. This is a prequel to the wildly popular show. It is set, of course, in 18th century England. We see Queen Charlotte's rise to power in this show, the beginning of the diverse society that makes Bridgerton so special, and the start of Charlotte's love story with King George. Before we talk to the stars, let's take a look.
Please accept my apology. If I had known that you were you.
You would have what? Not told me that you were trying to escape?
Well, yes. I mean, I do apologise, Your Majesty.
George. Just George.
And joining us now, Golda Rochevelle, Arsema Thomas, and Corey Milcrease. Good to see you all.
Good to be here. Thank you.
Golda, it has to be the ultimate compliment to play a role in one show and then get a spin-off. What did you think when they called you and said, we want to do a Queen Charlotte prequel?
It was definitely a pinch me moment, a surreal moment, but one I am very, very grateful for. You know, as an actor, you put your stuff out there and you hope that people like it. So for Shonda and Netflix to then say we'd like to do a deeper dive into this character, that was amazing.
So Arsema, you play Lady Danbury, the young Lady Danbury. Corey, you play King George.
Yeah.
For both of you, this is the moment. These are really your first major acting roles. It's all about to change. How do you feel? How can you put it into words?
Really calm.
You're so chill.
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything, does it really? No, so surreal. It doesn't really feel real yet. Not sure it ever will.
Yeah.
How about you?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's the exact same way. I keep, you know, every time I go to sleep, I'm afraid that I'm going to wake up and it's 2021 and this has all been some sort of fever dream. But it's been a real... so many dreams are coming true, and then on top of that, to have amazing mentors and great people on set, it's like it's too good to be true.
Arsema, I heard your family were huge Bridgerton fans, and you were like, I'll be an extra if I have to. This universe is so special.
Yeah, I mean, so originally I'd never watched the show before auditioning, but I had seen my mom and my sister absolutely fall in love with this world, and I had always been a fan of Shonda Rhimes. I mean, I grew up watching Scandal and How to Get Away with Murder. Yeah. And so when I saw her name on the audition breakdown, I was like, I don't care. Get me in there.
Gotta do it.
Exactly.
Golda, we have come to expect from Bridgerton, you know, it's gotta be kind of juicy. Is this a juicy prequel? Are we going to get?
I think the fans will be very, very happy.
That's what I was hoping you'd say. It'll be okay. So we got a love story. We've got King George. So Corey, you had I read that you really delved into the history and tried to understand more about this historic figure.
Yeah. He's. I'd encourage anyone that watches the show that wants to learn a bit more to read a lovely book by a guy called Andrew Roberts, who's an amazing historian. There's all this new information. The Royal Libraries have come up with this 20,000 private pages of his journal. It's all out there now since 2015. It was a wealth of information, and I used as much of it as I could. In Shonda's interpretation.
I was going to say, if you don't want to read a big, thick history book, we could just watch Bridgerton.
Maybe just watch the show. Maybe just watch the show.
Just watch our show.
Yes, exactly. But Arsema, you're from Atlanta, is that correct?
Yeah.
But you have a British accent, and you have a great story about being prepared for this British accent you need in the show.
Yeah, I mean, they're laughing. I told them the story. When I was in undergrad, I had, I don't know, I was going through a weird time and I wanted to kind of escape my day-to-day life. So instead of cutting my hair, I kept up a British accent for 4 years. And strangely enough, now when I meet my friends from college, they don't even recognize that it wasn't me. So it goes to show that people don't care that much about you.
Yeah, exactly. You can fake a British accent for a year, they won't even notice. I know. Well, guess what? You were manifesting for this moment, perhaps.
It's so strange.
Did you give these guys any advice? Golda, you're the veteran here.
The only advice that, you can give young actors coming up and kind of coming into a world like this that is such a family and has been from the start, and the support has been there, is to support them in taking these characters on for themselves. Really grabbing it and going on that journey and being there, if they need to. But for me, it has to come from them, the actors.
Well, there's a lot to get into. We can't wait for the juicy prequel. Queen Charlotte gets her moment in the sun. Thank you so much. We've got Golda, Arsema, and Corey. Welcome. Hope to see you again soon.
Thank you for having us.
We'll chat more on the 4th hour as well, and you can catch Queen Charlotte, a Bridgerton story, on Netflix tomorrow, May 4th. We're back in a moment. This is Today on NBC.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
This morning on the 3rd hour of Today, Hollywood Ending. Actors Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney celebrating their soccer team's amazing turnaround. Surrounded by fans at a parade years in the making, what the movie stars say they have got planned for the sequel. Plus, palace scare. Days before the coronation of King Charles III, police placed Buckingham Palace on lockdown. What happened? And a look at the final preparations for this historic event. Then, from Sesame Street to Studio 1A, Elmo and Abby Cadabby stopping by to share an important message. And we're catching up with an award-winning journalist and author who I know just a little bit, Deborah Roberts, on celebrating teachers with her new book, Lessons Learned and Cherished. Today, Wednesday, May 3rd, 2023. Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the 3rd hour of Today.
Good morning and welcome to the 3rd hour of Today. I'm Chanel here with Al and Craig, and we are going to check in with Dylan on a special assignment coming up in a few minutes. She's been doing the weather all morning for Al because Mr. Roker you have a big event tonight.
It's going to be a big night.
Yeah,
It's gonna be a big night.
for the Roker household, Roker Roberts.
You want me to say it for you so
Please,
I can toot
yes.
your horn?
Well, you
Al and
bet.
his wife, Deborah Roberts, they're both being inducted into the Broadcasting and Cable Hall of Fame tonight. It will be a family affair. Craig is hosting it. We're all so excited to be able to be inducted into a Hall of Fame with your wife.
Yes, we're separate.
I mean, not together.
Yeah,
but you know what
it's
I mean.
a separate kind of deal, but yeah,
still.
it's nice. You know,
That's
you
amazing.
only have to get one cab.
Oh, stop it! This is a big deal.
I know. Why aren't you talking more?
Well, because I don't. It's hard to believe. I don't like talking about me.
You don't-
I'll talk about Deborah.
When did that start?
Well, I like talking. I just don't like. If you notice, I don't talk about that.
You know what? That is
so. You know, but yeah, it's a great honor. We're very excited about it. So
Congratulations.
Talk about that a little.
And by the way, Deborah is going to be here live this morning. She's the author of a brand new book. I love it. It's called Lessons Learned and Cherished. It pays tribute to teachers and the amazing work they do. So we cannot wait to talk with her coming up in just a little bit.
That Roker Roberts household.
I mean, seriously.
You talk about excellence.
It's like couple goals.
Man.
Well, that's only because our kids are out of the house. So we have all this bandwidth.
No, one of the most amazing experiences I've had living here in New York City was going to a gala with the Roker couple.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's like...
They live their best lives.
It's magic.
We are going to get to Deborah a little bit later this hour. We got a full show. We're going to start, though, with that Cinderella story over the pond in the UK. Hollywood stars and owners Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney both on hand for quite the victory parade there, celebrating Wrexham Football Club, Wrexham FC, as they say. NBC's Molly Hunter live with more of the celebration that's really been years in the making. Hey there, Molly.
Years in the making. This is the third oldest football club, actually, guys, in the world. So really fun to see all those crowds out on the street. Wrexham AFC, they won their league. They are moving up in the world. And as we just saw these scenes, they are celebrating along Hollywood stars. Take a look.
Overnight, there was a lot of noise coming from a very small city in Wales. A city not used to this kind of fanfare.
This is what it should be like. This is what my mum remembers it like. And it's now coming back.
The Wrexham Football Club in full celebration mode with Hollywood star owners Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney on hand for the parade. Reynolds posting on Instagram calling it unforgettable and bonkers. After 15 years stuck in England's bottom rings, the little team that could had a Cinderella ending, winning their final game 3-1 and securing what's called a promotion to the sport's next tier, the English Football League. In the face of financial struggles, the team's performance in recent years flailing until 2020 put the club back on the map when Reynolds and McElhenney hatched a plan, joining forces to become the unlikely co-owners and saviors of Wrexham AFC.
They're brilliant. They are. They love it. They absolutely love it.
Wrexham is the third oldest professional soccer team in the world, and Reynolds and McElhenney say they're in it for the long haul.
If we've learned anything about the town, about the community, is that they've been defying expectations for centuries. For us to dream as a part of this community, why not dream big?
Our goal is to get to the Premier League. Why wouldn't it be? If we can do that, whether it takes 5 years, whether it takes 20 years, that's the goal.
Now, just for a reality check for the Americans, they are still quite a ways off the Premier League where those really famous teams that we all know play. But there's good news and there's bad news, guys. The good news is the Wrexham AFC come into the States. They're playing at UNC Chapel Hill. They'll play in LA. Bad news, all of those tickets were sold out in just a few days. So you're going to have to know someone. I'll send it back to you guys.
Well, it sounds like a movie. I feel like Ryan Reynolds should actually, you know what? Watch it happen. The two of them will.
Oh, a movie version.
A movie version of what just actually happened.
They're in the Premier League, so actually, can't you watch that on Peacock?
I think you can. Good question.
I believe so.
All right. Thank you, Molly.
Thank you, Molly.
They're not in the Premier League yet.
I was going to say, I think you promoted them.
Okay. But if you want to watch the Premier League.
Well, that for sure.
I don't think you can watch it on Peacock yet.
All right.
Thank you, Molly.
Thank you, Molly. Sorry we did that.
We ran over
at the end. All right. We mentioned Dylan is on special assignment. Well, before we check in with her, let's set the mood with a little music.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. I feel the need for Double D. That's it. Top Gun. All right,
Don't
Dylan
say
is
that
down.
out. No,
Why
take
not?
that back.
Your name is Dylan Dreyer.
Pull that one back in.
Come on, Double D. Dylan is down in
there we go.
Virginia
All right.
Beach for a very special event showing appreciation for our brave men and women of the military. Dylan, good to see you.
Good morning.
Hey, Dylan.
Good to see you, Al. I know you're usually here. Everybody's been asking about you, sir. So it is so nice to be able to step in for you today here at Naval Air Station Oceana. You can hear some of the jets going by. They take off around 8, 9 o'clock in the morning. And this is the 14th breakfast that Smucker's has held for our servicemen and women. And it's really like a competition across the bases to see who can set up the best Smucker's display in the commissary. And for the second year in a row, a naval base has won. So what do you guys think of that? And I am joined this morning by Commanding Officer Captain Steve Giannetti and also Culinary Specialist Chief Jasmine Umez. Good morning to both of you.
Good morning, Dylan.
The vibe around here has been truly incredible. Everybody's walking around smiling. It's just got to be so incredible to see this type of event for the folks here. What does it mean to you?
Yeah, Dylan, for Naval Air Station Oceana, we are so thrilled to be able to have this event here and host it. I mean, really, truly, this is a way of saying thank you to all of our service members, their families, our retirees, our veterans, who've really sacrificed a lot to serve our nation and our way of life. This is an incredible experience. We can't thank Smucker's enough for really hosting such an immense celebration of service.
We were playing the Top Gun music because we like to do that. You're actually a Top Gun grad yourself, yes. And there are the highest concentration of Top Gun grads here on the East Coast. So tell us about your aviators and what they mean.
Yes, Dylan, here on the East Coast, we are the East Coast's master jet base in the Navy. We have over 200 F-18 Super Hornets stationed here and call Oceana home, 16 squadrons, 4 carrier air wings, and all the thousands of men and women that maintain and make sure we fly the jets here for our Top Gun grads to keep us at the tip of the spear.
And Chief Umez, what's it like to take, you usually have to feed everybody in the morning, so what's it like to take a morning off?
Wonderful.
I bet it is.
Not as hectic.
You've been in the Navy for 17 years. I know you kind of got in as a teen to sort of give you direction in life. What has the Navy done for you personally?
The Navy personally has given me purpose, a lot of guidance, a lot of mentorship. It's allowed me to take care of my kids and just to be a part of something that's greater, serve my country, along with serving my country, being an African-American woman.
Yeah, and you're a chief, so you mentor a lot of folks here on the base, but for young men and women watching, what advice do you have for them?
Especially in the military, stay true to yourself. Once you have purpose, drive, set goals, achieve them. Stay positive even in the midst of things that you're going through, because it's going to get hard. Being in the military is not always easy, especially being a culinary specialist, but the end is serving your country, serving a mission, and helping each other.
Thank you so much for your service, for everyone here, and thanks for talking with us this morning.
Thank you.
And enjoy some breakfast.
Thank you.
All right, everybody's excited here, guys. We'll send it back to you. I love
All right, Dylan, thanks so much. Now here's just a little bit more.
This portion of Today is sponsored by the J.M. Smucker Company. Smucker's is proud to help bring military families together at the 14th Annual Mission Breakfast, serving those who serve our country.
All right, coming up next, the countdown to the coronation. An inside look at what to expect during the historic celebration and what the royal family is doing today. And then later, look who's here this morning. She's like a ray of light.
Oh, excuse me.
Yay, it's Deborah Roberts.
I've got something, a little gift for you guys.
Oh, beautiful book as well.
Let's talk about this.
Deborah is going to join us and tell us about her new book, spotlighting the lasting impact of teachers. Don't they look beautiful? It's like they're going to prom.
Oh, please,
they're like
please.
coordinated. It's like today's show prom today. We'll be right back. Seriously, beautiful couple.
We're back now with the countdown to history, the coronation of King Charles III. Coming up this Saturday, we're going to get a look at some of the pomp and circumstance thanks to NBC's Megan Fitzgerald, who is live in London with more. Hey, good morning, Megan.
Hey, Al. Good morning. Yeah, look, the excitement and the anticipation is building. So are the final preparations. And look, the British police, they are out with some new numbers saying some 29,000 police officers are going to be deployed around Buckingham Palace into central London for the big day. All this, of course, comes after that big scare on the grounds of Buckingham Palace.
This morning, heightened security outside Buckingham Palace after police say a man threw shotgun cartridges on the palace grounds. A controlled explosion of the items carried out and the man quickly arrested. Police say the king and queen weren't there while the palace was briefly placed on lockdown. This as the nation prepares for the crowning of the royals, which is just 3 days away. Overnight, pomp and pageantry on full display during a large-scale rehearsal through the empty streets of London. Some 7,000 sailors, soldiers, and aviators will march, leading the newly crowned monarchs from Westminster Abbey to Buckingham Palace in what will be the biggest military ceremony the country has seen in 70 years, since the late Queen Elizabeth was crowned. The royal family spotted at the Abbey this morning, taking part in rehearsals themselves. Charles, Camilla, William, and Kate seen arriving with their 3 children. Camilla's own grandchildren, who will be her pages of honor during the coronation, also joining in. In the afternoon on Tuesday, Charles and Camilla visiting Parliament, looking at the historic coach on display, the same one used in 3 previous coronations. The couple, looking relaxed, seen engaging in conversation and receiving a warm send-off as they walked out. The Archbishop of Canterbury, who will conduct the deeply religious ceremony, has been working closely with the king.
He's very easy to work with. He is really kind. He pays great attention. He thinks very deeply about these things.
With just a few days to go until the coronation, last-minute touches and preparations are underway as royal fans fly in from across the world, struggling to contain their excitement.
Nobody does it like the British, the pomp and the circumstance. And like I said, we don't have anything like this in the States.
And new details are emerging overnight in a newly released documentary on Charles's life.
He was the boy who walked alone.
Showing rare and unseen footage of the future king and his childhood in the spotlight.
The Queen became queen very young, and as a result, she missed Charles's childhood. And there's that story he often told about his mother coming back from a very, very long tour, and he rushes onto the royal yacht to greet her, hoping for a hug, and she just holds up her hand.
The world will also be watching Prince Harry, who is set to attend his father's coronation on his own, reportedly in the country for just a few hours before heading back to California for his son Archie's birthday. The family tensions on display as the royals come together on the king and queen's big day.
And guys, King Charles was beaming as he left Westminster Abbey today. Now, what we can expect over the next few days is just more of that attention to detail. I can tell you every detail will be looked over because we just have 3 days left until the coronation.
Grab me a little napkin or something, Megan.
Those flowers behind you are beautiful.
I got you. Okay, there you go.
Thanks, Megan. Appreciate it. And don't forget, we're going to bring you live coverage of the coronation beginning Saturday at 5 a.m. Eastern here on NBC and streaming on NBC News Now and Today All Day.
All right. Plus, our Keir Simmons received exclusive access to some of the most famous royal places for the latest episode of Incredible World. You can watch it at 10:30 a.m. Eastern on our streaming channel over on Today All Day or on Peacock.
No, you can never get enough of those palaces.
I've said this to you before.
Did I say something wrong?
You need some glasses.
My appointment's next Wednesday.
It said you said places, but palaces.
What did I say?
See, I was trying to help her out. We said palace.
We have to shame her into getting her eyes
Yesterday,
checked
Craig pulled me aside after the show. He said, Chanel, it is time to get glasses. It is interfering with your work.
We're going to have to start watching Mr. Magoo.
telling you. Speaking
All
of
that Waldo and Presley.
Speaking of royalty, we have Roker royalty.
Yes.
Deborah Roberts here to share her new book. It's a really special tribute to some incredible teachers who deserve spotlighting, as she pointed out last hour. And then a little bit later, some other friends are stopping by. We're going to tell you why Elmo and Abby Cadabby took a field trip from Sesame Street right here to Studio 1A. Third hour of today, right back after this. We got something.
It has been an exciting morning. Our friends on the plaza received copies of a fantastic new book from one of our very favorite people, award-winning journalist Deborah Roberts, who happens to be married to our beloved Al. Just in time for Teacher Appreciation Week, Deborah released a new book. It's called Lessons Learned and Cherished, The Teacher Who Changed My Life. Deborah, good morning.
Good morning. I'm so thrilled to be
It's
here.
so
Thank
wonderful. You should just come here every morning.
I
We
know,
like having
I
you.
know, but I kind of got lost today. I think I'm supposed to go on the other side of town.
No.
ABC News, but they allowed me to come over to hang with you today.
Well, this is worth it because it is a very good cause. You know, so many of us have teachers who have changed our lives, and it's time to give them their dues.
That's
so talk to us a
exactly.
little bit about your intention.
Well, you know, the intention is, and I said in the book, it's a love letter to teachers. And it wasn't that I started out necessarily thinking in a big way about this. I did have a great aunt who's a teacher. I have a niece who's in the education field, a cousin who's in it. But I was, of course, aware as a journalist, of course, about the timing right now with teachers who are leaving the profession.
Yes.
Their morale is really low. I mean, 70% of teachers will tell people don't go into the field. And it's really, really a very difficult time. And then, of course, when I would talk about my own teacher, Mrs. Hardy, much as you talk about Mrs. Fryer, other people would start adding stories about their teachers. And I thought maybe this is a moment to remind us of what teachers mean and to remind them of what they mean.
It's
So
a
that's
great
what this book
concept.
is all about.
I told you, it's just a fantastic concept. And you've got some famous folks in here, too. You've got Oprah, you've got Spike Lee, you've got Brooke Shields in here, but you also have CEOs. It's a great collection of folks from all walks of life. Are there stories that really struck you more than others, really stayed with you?
What struck me really more than anything is just that everybody talked about something that a teacher made them feel. I mean, my friend, you said the CEO of the Girl Scouts down in Tennessee said, my teacher said, "You are smart." Those three words changed her life. Mrs. Hardy, my sixth grade English teacher, said something similar. But Oprah talked about how they fill your soul. And she said that, you know, the idea that we just sort of teach the test and teachers are all caught up in
Mrs.
curriculum.
Hardy right there.
There's Mrs. Hardy, who was my English teacher there. Yeah, I had a chance to thank her. I mean, that was when I began my network career. But as Oprah said, now teachers are just, you know, they're under siege. They have all this work that they have to do as opposed to just giving something to a child. And that's what all of these people are remembering, what they got.
What was impressive watching you work on this was that you did all the interviews. You booked these people. You handled them. You got them.
Except for one. You didn't do the Roker interview. You didn't interview her husband.
A little bone of contention. You know, she had somebody who helped her to write some of the others.
Sure.
So Deborah tossed the other writer.
Why did your hand like this?
This was a rush job to do this because normally you wouldn't do a book in this short amount of time, but I wanted it to come out now.
Yeah.
So I, you know, of course, had all these lists of people, and I thought, you know, the ghostwriter Paula Vitale, who was helping me with this, I said, well, you know, maybe you can interview this person and that person and Al, because you know Al. He got an attitude.
Here's why. So I'm telling the story of Mrs. Fryer, who was like this Southern teacher and kind of tough love. But hey, Al Roker, with those faux eyes of yours, you tell me you can't see the board? You're a fathead. And Deborah's off like heckling me. Like, that's horrible.
That's not what I want for this book. We're not talking about teachers who called you names.
She wanted to control the content.
Yes.
So then he says
like, don't
to
tell
me,
that story.
Then
Tell a
he
different
says,
story,
I would have probably told the story differently had you interviewed me. Hello. You interviewed the big people, but not me. So he was really upset.
Oprah, Deborah. Ava DuVernay, Deborah. Misty Copeland, Deborah. Al Roker? Somebody.
So I had to re-interview him so that the author actually interviewed him for the book. Can you believe that? He pitched a fit.
Oh, my goodness.
We did, and it was a great story, though. At the end of the day, it was a great story.
I love you guys. Well, when you do something like this, I feel like teachers everywhere, even if they're not in the book, they feel appreciated, right? Because
my
we're talking
niece,
about
who
it.
is in the teaching profession, Nakia, reached out to me today and said, you reminded me of why I'm doing this. I feel such stress. And I feel, and teachers aren't paid, of course, well enough. But interestingly, Chanel, it is not about the pay for teachers.
It's not.
What I've discovered, as much as they, of course, should be paid, and 3/4 of teachers have second jobs or they've worked second jobs, that's not their biggest question and worry. Their biggest worry is having autonomy to be able to do the work and also respect. They don't feel respected, and we need to say thank you and respect them.
My mom was an elementary teacher for 35 years. At one point, I had to pick up a second job to help make ends meet. And she would say all the time that she didn't do it for the money.
No.
It was a calling.
That's exactly
Well, I
right.
feel like
it is a higher calling.
all of us are here because the teacher believed
And
in
that's
us,
why we love them.
Absolutely.
It's a great book, Deborah Roberts.
I love
Thank
it.
you.
All right. Well, be sure to grab a copy of Lessons Learned and Cherish the Teacher Who Changed My Life. There will be a special section at the end for our stories. We'll do a special thing at the end, right? What about that?
Wow, where'd you go with that one?
I like it. I'll go along
Special
with it.
DVD with your crazy stories.
It's available in stores now.
Right
We should
now.
note, you're giving birth to a book today, and tonight Deborah's being inducted into the Broadcasting and Cable Hall of Fame. This is a big day.
Thank you.
For both
I'm
of you
very,
guys.
very honored
proud
and
of her.
humbled by that. I
Both
have to
of you
tell you,
guys.
really thrilled.
I think it's cute that you guys also match when you show up.
Oh my God! I told him to
It's cute.
stop doing that.
Are you going to
so
match
cute.
tonight?
No,
No,
I will
she's
not.
not going to be there tonight. She's flying to cover the Coronation
right.
for that
Don't
other
stop.
network.
But also partly because I didn't want him to try to match my dress. So you know what? I'll just jump on a plane tonight.
What a great season.
Speaking of jumping, our producers are jumping out a window
Jumping
right now
out
because
here.
we're going live.
Up next, it's a sunny day. It's a sunny day in Studio 1A because our friends Elmo and Abby Kadabi, they took the subway over from Sesame Street, and they are here to share something really, really special. And then later, Deborah, you may want to let Al know if you see something you like in the studio, because we've got our Mother's Day gift guide coming. Perhaps those flowers that will last forever, just like your love, Al and Deborah.
Thank you.
Third hour of today, right back after this.
Oh my God!
This morning, we have some very special friends here for our series, Mind Matters.
Straight Sesame Street, straight from here. Elmo, we have Abby Kadabi, they're here. They're in a new YouTube special. It's called Elmo's Mindfulness Spectacular.
So Elmo and Abby set off on a mindfulness adventure, and they're here to tell us a little bit more about this adventure. Abby, Elmo, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Gray.
Good morning. Always great having you in the studio. So what made you two want to go on this new mindfulness adventure?
Well, you know what? We're learning all about big fears
feelings. Do you know what big feelings are?
What are those?
It's kind of like when your body tells you something that's important. And sometimes, when you feel angry, your body might get hot. Or if you're feeling sad, it might feel like you've got butterflies in your stomach.
I love that. Yeah, or if you're nervous, your body's just like, oh, no, I'm just feeling so many feelings.
I love that.
It happens to me sometimes.
It does.
Happens to us on this show all the time.
Say grown-ups too and kids too. Abby, and we heard you have some special friends along the way.
Oh yeah, we did. We went on the adventure with Wampa. He's really nice. There was a chicken incident, but we won't discuss.
Okay,
we won't discuss. But he was really nice because sometimes it's really nice to have a friend along with you that's, getting you through those feelings. We learned that we can share how we feel with others and they can calm us down.
Absolutely.
Oh, and Miss Jenny Slate, wasn't she great?
Oh, that's cool. We love Jenny.
We have lots of great people. Jenny Slate, Marquez Brownlee. Lots of great friends.
Yeah.
I saw Cookie in there too.
Cookie Monster's there too. He says hello.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah, we love the
C is for Cookie and it's good enough for me.
sound just like him.
C is for Cookie and it's good enough for me.
It's like he's right here in the room.
I know, between him and Al doing Elmo, I don't know what's going to
I don't do
happen.
Elmo. I never do that. No, that's I'm sorry. I'm never going to do that.
So, guys, could you give us an example of some things we can do for mindfulness?
Sure.
Yeah,
Okay. One of the things is it's a breathing exercise.
Oh, yeah, I love this one.
This one we call birthday cake breathing.
Yeah.
Everybody pretend that you're holding a big birthday cake.
Okay.
Yours might be bigger than ours because we're only 4 and 3.
But take a slow breath in through your nose to smell the cake. And then slowly breathe out through your mouth like you're blowing out all the candles.
I only have 4.
Wait,
I feel better.
And
Already.
that helps make you feel calm. You do that
It really
I
does.
do that before the show.
And then you check in with your whole body, and you're like, oh, I have a little
full
extra
body
energy. You
scan.
better dance it out.
What would you say the biggest thing that you learned from your adventure was?
Well, it's very important to listen to your body and your mind.
Yeah.
And to talk to people if you're having a bad time. If you're feeling a little worried or stressed out. To talk to somebody that you trust and love, and it'll help you feel better.
Yeah, and when you share with someone, you get an opportunity to care for them. And you might find out that you have the same feelings, and so you don't feel alone. And, being with someone is really important. It's part of, making sure we're all okay.
I love you guys. Will you guys come back more often? You make us happy.
Let me come back tomorrow.
Penelope.
Yes, you absolutely.
You want to come say hi to Elmo?
Oh, yeah.
One of your biggest fans, Penelope's. Penelope loves Elmo.
We got to meet Penelope outside.
Hi, Penelope. Good to see you again.
Say hi.
Say hi.
Oh,
She just said hi.
Hi, Penelope.
Elmo, Abby, thank you for all the great work you always do. Penelope, thank you as well.
Thank you, Penelope.
Pick up your check at
The Elmo's Mindfulness Spectacular on YouTube. Hey, you guys also, you deal with your feelings by dancing, don't you?
Oh, I
that's
love
what
it.
we were saying.
You know I like that.
Okay.
What?
Next, our Mother's Day.
Hey, I was an Elmo shake.
Whoa, no, over here.
Here comes Penelope.
When we come back, we've got fanny packs for every type of mom.
Pay no attention to that man behind the
Later,
curtain.
and try this today, some new foods, drinks, and flavors in celebration of AAPI Heritage Month. Oh, Penelope. Third hour of today. Right?
Love you, Elmo.
We saved your mom years of therapy. Consider this a public service announcement. Mother's Day is next weekend, all right? So this morning we got you covered with the ultimate Mother's Day gift guide. Lifestyle expert, our pal Jen Fallick, is here to help us find perfect gifts for every mom. Hey, Jen.
Hey,
Good
Jen.
morning.
Good morning. You have some great stuff this morning.
Really great stuff. I'm super excited about everything that we have here, starting with something I know you are loving.
Look, I already put it on.
These are bracelets from the Little Words Project, and you can order today custom and get them in time for Mother's Day. I think today's the last day, but what's so cool about these is there's sayings that you can choose, you can create your own, and when you give this as a gift to mom, she can register it on, she can register the number there, and then she can pass it along, and you can track the bracelet as it gets shared.
That's so
our
cute.
part of the whole inspiration behind this line.
Well, this is a win.
They've already done some of our family and kids, and so Craig's already covered.
I hope my wife's not watching.
It's a great idea.
What are these, Jen?
These are genius.
Genius.
This is called Arm Candy. It's by Stephanie Gottlieb, who's a very high-end jeweler. But these, which are $30 a pop, so great price point, are little bands you put on your wrist. They have a zipper that locks when you close it. So if you're getting a manicure for the mom on the go, she can put her ring in there. If you're playing pickleball or running around, doing whatever it is that you're doing throughout the day. Guys could use that, too. Exactly. And then you don't lose it. It's on your wrist, and it's not going to come out because this zipper just kind of locks
Zip it
shut.
on. See, look at this. And normally, let's say you're getting a manicure. You take your rings, you put them on the table, and you try to, and you forget.
And you hope that you're not going to forget them.
This is cute.
That's a good idea. All right. I know these are all the rage now.
Everyone loves a good
All
fanny
the
pack,
rage.
and these I love. This is a company called Monogram Mary, and what I love about these is their monogram, which is very classic, but it's a modern monogram.
Yeah.
This looks cool. There's different, everyone loves a hands-free fanny pack, but this makes it a little special, and because they're this nylon finish, they're easy to wipe clean.
So cute.
So for mommy with really little kids who spill everything,
You are done for
I'm done.
I know, he's like
for
shopping
next
over
Mother's
here.
Day, too. You can wear that crossbody, Jen?
Yeah, you can wear a
Super
crossbody, you can adjust it, and I love the gold hardware. It just
Yeah.
looks kind of like an upgraded version of the fanny
really
packs that we all know and love.
So cute.
Wow.
Let's keep going.
What
Oh, these are in.
I could see you in some of these, actually. I could
There's
see
so many colors.
You can
These
share
are fun, too.
Deborah's.
These are fun. So again, for the mom on the go, this to me is like the ultimate summer slide. They're from FitFlop, so they have all this great technology in there to help with comfort and energizing your feet. All these different colors to choose from. They're adjustable. Again, it's also easy sizing.
so cute.
So to get shoes as a gift, sometimes can feel tricky, but these you can adjust. And again, any color under the rainbow, $50 a pop. A total win.
They're really cute. These are all great.
Here's a great card and long-lasting blooms.
So this is smart, right? So these are fuss-free flowers. This is fresh cut paper. You can send these like a card. When they arrive, all mom has to do, open it up, pop it open, and you've got flowers that she doesn't have to water, that she doesn't have to worry about. They'll last forever, and it's sustainable.
Yeah, and to talk about blooms.
I was going to say other end of the spectrum.
This is the thing that I'm going to be buying when I'm in the car on the way home from this segment because it's so smart. This is Easy Plant. And again, fuss-free plants for busy moms. All you have to do is put water in there like once a month.
Once a month?
Once a month.
Oh,
and then
there's a little reservoir in there.
And what's cool too is that there's so many different options. You can get sets, you can get individuals, so it's already pre-styled for you.
Our executive
And again,
producer,
once a
Ali
month.
Markowitz, just says she's got a slew of these all over her house.
I want to switch all my dying plants.
Is it about the thing that's inside here? Is that why it works?
Yeah, so you fill this reservoir, and then it's slowly going to give.
How do it know?
How do it know?
I don't think
Once a month.
Once a month.
Are you kidding?
That's
There
it.
you go.
Jen,
These are great.
all winners.
But no,
I
you still have
love
to put
them
them like near some sun, though.
Let's get
Yeah.
that.
And you have to remember to put water in.
Once a month.
But once a month, you set a
You can
little
do
alert
that.
on your calendar.
Jen,
Happy Mother's
thank
Day.
you so much. Happy Mother's Day,
Thank you,
too.
guys.
For more information on these items and other great ideas for mom, we've created an entire special section on our website. So go to today.com/Mother's Day Plaza.
That's a great idea. Well, coming up, maybe you can cook for mom this year because up next, we are sampling some authentic AAPI flavors that you are going to want to try today. We'll be right back.
So, Jen, now,
Yum.
does
Like,
this... course you can't see.
May is Asian American.
Come in closer so she can read.
So this morning in our Try This Today series, we are embracing AAPI culture in one of our favorite ways, through foods.
And
We have and it's actually really yummy. Senior editor at Bon Appetit, Mackenzie Chung Fagan, is here to open our eyes and stomachs to some authentic flavors. And what I love about you bring things that we haven't tried before.
And that's my job.
I have a lot of things in my kitchen right now from you.
Well, hopefully you'll add a few more from these that we sample.
Calamansi.
Yes. So calamansi is a citrus fruit. It's a little bit like a cross between a lime and a tangerine, and it's very popular in the Philippines, which is where the founder of this brand, Pika Pika, is from.
This is yummy.
I know,
Is it
right?
like a gin and tonic with a little calamansi in it?
I believe it's a gin and ginger.
Oh,
with
gin and
calamansi,
ginger
but
beer,
You can
yes.
mix it into anything. The consistency of this is a little bit like honey. It's a little looser than a normal marmalade. So you can mix it into cocktails, but it's also great on toast with butter, of
A
course.
hint of grapefruit. That's what I'm tasting. There's a hint of grapefruit.
Yes. If you like citrus, you'll love this.
Okay.
All right, over here we have some
you,
instant
sir.
noodles for you. This is from Amsam. The
Okay.
founders are sisters. They are the children of Vietnamese refugees.
Okay.
Instant noodles, 5 minutes, you're done, and they come with sauce packets. Each one is a reference to a different noodle dish from Vietnam, China, or Thailand.
This tastes like
that's yummy
like
too.
somebody
You've
was in
got,
the
like-
kitchen for a while.
Yes, and in fact, someone was in the kitchen for 5 minutes.
Wow, what is?
That's a lemongrass and coconut.
Oh.
We've
that
also
is
got
so good.
black garlic over here. They're delicious.
I'm gonna save
Easy
these.
And you
weeknight
can add a
dinners.
protein to that, and that's
Absolutely. Put
That's
an
right.
egg on it, some chicken, whatever you
Ooh-wee.
want. Okay.
Getting great soup dumplings
Yes.
is so tough,
Like
but
saving
boy,
these
these
things.
look fantastic.
It is not tough anymore. These are frozen soup dumplings, xiaolong bao.
Chinese American founders.
That's right. That's right. They had a restaurant in Seattle, and during the pandemic, they pivoted to offer frozen soup dumplings so people could enjoy them at home.
Okay.
These are the pork and shrimp that we're gonna sample here, and these are ready in 10 minutes in a steamer basket. They are
that dumpling.
delicious.
Wow.
That's right. Get that beauty shot there.
I know, right? I just spilt it all over.
And we
that's
topped it
yummy.
with a little bit of chili crisp, which
Oh.
you know you love.
Oh wow.
That's fantastic.
Aren't those good?
Chili crisp, I
Now-
got from you. I have that too.
I'm curious of this for my friend Craig, because Craig does not like peanut butter.
Do not.
Okay.
But could this be a substitute for him?
You know, it does have peanuts in it, so it might be a pass for
But-
you. But this is a
wanna try
black
it?
sesame crunchy butter. It has black sesame seeds in addition to peanuts.
I mean, I'll try it.
Yeah, give it a
try.
shot. Give it a shot. You can use it just as you would a nut butter. I love it on oatmeal
So
personally.
now you should try it. If I'm trying it, you should try it.
Yep.
No, this is good.
Come on, try
It's
it.
a little
is
bit
good. Come
goth
on.
looking, right?
Yeah.
Very dramatic.
Come on.
It's good though. It's good. Put it on apple slices as well.
That's good.
I do like it, Sam. I am.
Okay, great.
Could you with a fox?
I'll take two out of
Would
three.
you in a box?
Wait, what about Craig? You don't like it?
No, everything's not for everybody.
I think his face tells us
Everything's
that.
not for everybody.
That's
It's
true.
really
well,
good.
here, maybe
Okay,
this,
2 out of
this
3.
will cleanse your palate.
Yes, please try
Yum.
some chai from One Stripe Chai Company.
Ooh, I love chai.
This is an Atlanta-based company.
Do
it.
Indian-American founder.
Right now. Do it right now.
Why don't they ever bring napkins?
No. Go.
Have a sip
What's
of
in
chai.
there?
Have a sip of
What's in
chai.
Now let's try it.
Just a,
And you can get this either in blends with loose leaf organic
That's really good.
tea
That's
or
really
a
good.
concentrate.
and you can ice it?
You can, absolutely. And what I love is that sometimes the chai lattes
Thank
from
you.
coffee
Yep,
shops are
very
a little bit
much.
too sweet for me.
Yes.
So you can make it at home, dial in
This
the
is
sugar to your
phenomenal.
espresso.
So you can have it hot, you can have it cold?
Exactly.
How do it
Whatever
go?
you want.
Beat me to it.
This is phenomenal. Everything is fantastic.
So good. Okay, thank
one
you.
more.
Lentils.
Oh, I
One more,
love a
yes.
lentil.
So this is a boxed masoor dal from a company called Pero. The
Okay.
founder is Pakistani-American. In this box, you're going to have dried red lentils as well as coriander, turmeric, and curry leaf. And then you'll top it with a spoonful or two of this tarka oil, which is ghee with spices.
Oh, this is really good.
It's a just add water situation, ready in 30 minutes.
my God.
So comforting.
Wow.
And lentils are so good
beautifully
for you,
spiced.
too.
Yes.
Really healthy.
By the way, we can't let you get out of here without congratulating you.
Oh, thank you so much.
Mackenzie's having a baby.
You're having
That's
a baby.
right. That's right.
Everyone
Due in
a little soup
August.
dumpling.
That's right. Exactly.
When do you do?
End of August.
Oh,
That's
it'll be here before you know
wonderful.
it.
I know. It's coming up. Thank you so much.
Your child is going to have the most refined
I know.
palate.
My
Let's hope.
God.
I was a really picky eater as a kid, so there is hope for anyone
There's
who has
hope.
picky eaters at home. By the way.
Especially if it's this good.
This is phenomenal.
Mackenzie, thank you
Enjoy.
so much.
Thank
Thanks
you
for
Mackenzie.
having me.
All right,
We'll be
we'll be
right
right
back.
back. This is so good.
It is. has been a fun broadcast. I got to tell you. And tomorrow on the third hour of today, Kiefer Sutherland live here in studio.
Up next on Hoda and Jenna, fresh off her Met Gala appearance, J-Lo stops by.
We will see you back here tomorrow, God willing. Have a great day.
Have a good day.
Don't rise.
I'm going to go get the snacks.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it's worth coming to this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
I woke up smiling on my face. No care, no trouble in my way. The sun is shining where I go. That's how I know. Yeah, that's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Good morning, everybody. Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
You deserve to be celebrated.
Way to go, Reynolds.
Oh, Al, you're all of our heroes.
Yeah.
Y'all love Al Roker. Today, global superstar Jennifer Lopez stops by with her young co-star from The Mother, Lucy Paez. Then my conversation with Allison Holker Boss on life after the loss of her husband, Stephen Twitch Boss, the love they shared, and how she is honoring his legacy. Plus, we will welcome the stars of the new Bridgerton series, Queen Charlotte.
So get up.
It's Today with Hoda
and Jenna.
It all starts right now.
All right. Hi, guys. It is Wednesday. It's May the 3rd.
We're back here in New York, but
Remember New Orleans?
we're here in New York, but is part of us still in New Orleans?
Yeah.
A little.
I think we left a big part of our hearts there. You guys, if you still have some energy and some cash for a plane ticket, Jazz Fest is this weekend too. It was such fun. We danced, we laughed, we.
Oh my gosh!
We just got sun. We just soaked in all of that beautiful New Orleans culture.
So I've been to New Orleans quite a lot.
Yeah.
As a, because from Texas.
Yes, it's right
We would
there.
go to Mardi Gras during college every year. But this, to me, was the best trip I've ever had there. Well, some people agree over there. Because there was something about, like, feeling young again. I feel like if you need to feel kind of young again, and that doesn't mean irresponsible or anything. We were pretty well behaved. But if you want to feel young and like, like you're part of something.
It's like, do you remember it was like there was a moment for everybody before the rent, before the mortgage, before the kids, before all the things that you that you love and care about deeply, but there was a time that you were free and maybe you didn't even realize it.
Yes.
This actually gives it back to you because kids get to go to Universal or Disney World.
Yes.
Grown-ups get to go to Jazz Fest. You get reconnected. The music comes into your veins. The people, the feeling. You dance with strangers. Every time you turn around, there's some crazy character.
Yes.
And Nobody cares what you're doing. You do you.
Totally. That's why it's called the Big Easy.
Yes.
You just have this sort of easy, young feeling again. And we were young for a minute.
Young. It was
we
so
put on our
fun.
short shorts. We danced.
They were so
We didn't
short.
care what we put in. They were so short, and yet we didn't care.
We didn't care.
We looked great.
And look, please just take a second. This is our awesome staff. Also, Trombone Shorty's in the group, and so many people from New Orleans who helped us out. We didn't come with all those people, but it was a great group. Talia said she's going back, our executive producer.
Can we go too, Talia? Okay, good. She says we can
want to
go
make
too.
this an annual trip for
Anyway.
us. But thank you to the city of New Orleans, Mark
Orleans and
Romig,
Company,
all the
thank
folks.
y'all.
Yeah, thank
we
you
really,
so much.
really enjoyed it.
All right.
Okay, but we also missed the Met Gala, which I was kind of okay with.
By the way,
not to be mean to Anna Wintour, because we've never been invited,
Ever.
and one day we would. Would you like to be?
Gayle King asked her in an interview, how do you get invited or uninvited?
Okay, how do you get?
And she said something about, like, it has to be the right timing for you, or I can't remember.
So what do we have to do?
No, we're never getting.
Okay.
We've probably already been uninvited, and we don't know.
Okay, well
it doesn't matter.
Anna Wintour, we love you, but we did miss some of the fun, including Rihanna, who showed up last, which I kind of love, because it's like, you know, she has a toddler and she's pregnant and she's putting on that crazy dress. It's like she deserves to be last.
Right. She's got a lot going on.
Yes.
And she commented to reporters that she was having fun, but she felt guilty because she left her son at home. And there is something about that mom guilt that's real.
Yeah.
You know, when we were in New Orleans, you were FaceTiming Hal.
Well, I know you were FaceTiming your kids too. You only know it because I posted that on Instagram. I loved that. I posted. You didn't even look at it.
I didn't.
I love that picture because I said to Henry, it's like I left for 5 days. And I felt like I became a kid again, and he became a little adult. Doesn't he look like a little man in his pajamas having his tea?
Look at him, and it's like he's not even using the sippy cup.
No,
he's doing
he's having his smoothie. And
I think mom guilt is real.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, look, we were gone for the weekend, and for me, it was, you know, too. It's like a weekend away is a big deal.
Yeah.
And it makes you feel like there's a lot going on that you're missing. But I think it's important. It's like, sometimes you really do have to fill your own tank.
Yeah.
And there's a great saying that my friend Jen Miller uses a lot, and it's be here now.
Yeah.
Wherever you are, be here, because you can ruin a great time by worrying about. And you can also be with your kids, but you're not there because you've got your work thing over here, and you're trying
or your
to
Instagram, and you're looking.
Right. So be here now applies to everything. It's like your kids would probably rather you have you there 100%.
Yeah.
You know.
But also maybe having you there 100% makes them not as independent, or think like, wow, like I sent Mila videos and Henry videos to show Mila, because she doesn't have electronics, pictures of Ed Sheeran. And she just was like, whoa, Mom, how cool. And it's so funny because I was actually thinking about this. Mila once said, like, I love going to that little girl's house because her mom is such a crafter. And at first I was like, whoa, because it felt like, oh, you don't like a mess.
Oh, you don't like a
crafts.
mess.
You don't like a mess. And for a minute I was like, should I be that mom who gets out the hot glue gun and pretends to like crafts?
Likes finger painting all over.
I don't like that stuff. So here's what I thought. I'm not that mom.
Yeah.
But what will she think of me as?
Yeah.
I hope she'll think of me as the one that like can sit and listen to her.
Yes.
Can go on long walks.
Yes. Can
who's
cuddle up
funny,
with her and bet you're funny.
who can dance.
And I bet you that crafty mom can't do all those things.
She probably can, but it's like, let's let go of the things we're not good at.
That's a very good point.
Right?
When your kid says, oh, that mom did this, or she
how
did
many
that.
things have you and I missed at the school?
It was Teacher Appreciation Day at my kid's school yesterday, which I found out at pickup. I was
And you forgot to send the card.
The video.
Guess what? Who cares?
But we appreciate the teachers.
We love the teachers. We love the teachers.
No, we do appreciate. I just didn't know it was on that day.
No, and she forgot to send something. Guess what? The teachers know, because some of them are moms too.
Yes.
You're not going to always do it perfectly.
And by the way, you can appreciate a teacher whether it is Teacher Appreciation
Well, we
Day
better
or not.
appreciate teachers every day of the week.
Every day.
We love y'all. Okay, just ahead, Bridgerton royalty, the stars of Queen Charlotte are here.
We're excited, but first, Jennifer Lopez. We're going to talk about her new movie, Motherhood, and that show Stop and Look at the Met Gala coming up after this. Our good friend Jennifer Lopez is back home here in New York City. She's fresh off the Met Gala.
And as always, she's got a lot going on. A new album out this summer, a new movie, which is crazy good, and so much more. Hey. Hi.
Hi.
We're so happy you're back with us.
That Met Gala look, sorry, girl. We had to freeze frame
Did you
it.
like it?
We
I
loved
it.
it.
Do you know,
Look at that.
I sometimes play a game called Imagine Me in This.
Yeah.
Have you ever? And I just imagined myself in this. There'd be some things hanging. You know what I mean?
I gotta say, the hat, the whole look. I mean, what made you say yes to that?
You know, it was funny. I wasn't sure about the hat.
Yeah?
Yeah, because I thought the dress kind of stood on its own.
Yes.
But it did add something. And when you think about Karl Lagerfeld, and it was kind of a tribute to him, you know, there was a grandness to it. There was a glamour to it, you know, and I thought, you know, whatever.
Whatever. I'll put it on.
I'll do the hat. And everybody wanted me to do the hat.
Yes.
You know, when everybody's like, do the hat.
Do you
So I
actually
did
Was that
that.
pure pressure? Was that some pure pressure?
I do. I suffer tremendous amounts of peer pressure and glam.
You do? Just in glam, though.
All the time.
I feel like you listen to your own instincts
Of
most of the
course.
time
No,
in
they
life.
know they can't push me into doing anything I really don't want to do.
Right, but the hat you did.
But I did the hat because I thought at the end of the day I was like, this is nice.
You've been to a million of those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are they fun?
And what do you do once you get inside?
I enjoy it.
Yeah.
I enjoy it. But well, first of all, I'm such a girl. I love getting dressed up.
Yes.
Like that part of it is like the most fun part of it
Yes.
to me. Like, what are we gonna do?
Yeah.
What are we gonna create?
Yes.
There's a creative process to that that's really fun for me.
Yes.
So, you know, and you guys know, put the shoes with the bag and the this and the that and how am I gonna do my hair and my makeup and blah, blah. And so that part I really, really like. And then getting out there and
What about the actual
walking
party?
around. The actual party itself is nice. Yeah, I mean, it's nice. You see all these people
Right.
that you admire. You know, artists that artists, actors.
Yes.
You know, fashion designers. Like, there's so many people there. Interesting people.
Who did you want to talk? Like, who would you want to go up and chat with that you haven't spent a lot of time with?
I was sitting next to James Corden and Alessandro, who used to design for Gucci,
Yes.
who's amazing, and who I kind of was like fascinated by because I love what he did with Gucci.
Yeah.
When he was there, and he just left. And
Yes.
I was talking to him. He was telling me how he, is not doing anything right now, and how he's like just left it, and it just needs time, and it was just like interesting.
Wait, there is something to be said for that concept. Taking a break, needing time, stepping away.
I know, and not being afraid.
decompressing.
I feel like, believe it or not, since kids have been born, I've been thinking and kind of like getting myself out of that kind of workaholic type of, pace that I've been on. And now that I've been married, now that I'm married in the past couple of years, it's like, how do we slow it all down? You've created this machine that keeps going.
Yes.
And it has so many kind of, kind of silos and prongs to it. And you're like trying to like bring back the crank.
Yes.
You're like, how do we dial this back? And that's been part of like my journey, like kind of my own personal journey the past couple of years.
Interesting.
It's self-care. It's all the things.
Self-care. It's also like just being there all the time for your family and for your kids and for your husband. Like I want to do that.
Can we talk a little bit? Your husband said these things about you recently that we loved, and we were like, we wanted to fact check it because you weren't sitting next to him, okay? He said you eat whatever you want.
I don't
Pizza,
think that's true.
cookies, ice cream, everything. He
I
said,
would like
hold
to
on,
say
can we
as your
just
friend,
let's respect
no.
Ben? Can we respect Ben for a moment, please?
Yes.
He said you work out, but you're also kind of superhuman.
Well,
He's sweet.
that's true.
But he's very sweet. But the eating thing, it is true. He does see me eat pizza. He does see me eat cookies. He does see me eat those things. But I'm also conscious of what I eat.
Yes, of course.
So I try to have a balance to it. I think this past summer, because we got married and everything, or on our honeymoon, I was like, I kind of like threw it all to like, after I did the mother.
Yeah,
so I was like in super training for the mother.
No, by the way, you and the mother.
Yeah, I was
the mother. I like saying
the mother.
Like I was cut.
You were cut.
I was lean.
Eat the cookies.
I was
you were lean.
But did you learned how to ride a motorcycle in the mother?
I was on the motorcycle.
Oh, okay.
I was on the motorcycle.
Okay, just making sure.
Wait, can we also say he said that if you could change one thing about him, it'd be his brevity. He tends to go on and on and on.
You know what? He's a writer. Yeah. And words are his thing. Yes. And so he does. He goes on and he talks and he can really.
You ever say land that plane? Go ahead and land it.
What do you mean? Yeah. Okay, let's get to the point. I'm the opposite. I'm
Totally.
in a way, of very few words.
Yes, you are.
You know what I mean? And so, and I'm not like a chit chatter in that way.
No.
And so, not that he's a chit chatter, but I'm not like that.
Right.
And so we're opposites that way. So he probably is more self-conscious about it than I even think about. I actually love listening to him talk. I love it.
You wouldn't
he
have
is
been
so brilliant.
Yeah.
He is so like the way his mind works, and he's such an artist. He's so creative. He's so passionate about everything he does, and he gets going and talking and doing the whole thing. And I'm just like. It's just watching him, like, oh my God, he's so brilliant.
By the way,
you know?
you're so in love. It's
I
so
know.
beautiful. Can we toast you with your beautiful? We have a
Dalola.
Okay.
I want this one. I want this one.
I'll
Sorry.
take that one. I like them all. You can't lose.
Okay, tell us about this.
Okay, so Dalola is a spritz that I created. It's low calorie. It's all natural. It's gluten free. Yes. How delicious is
This
it?
is delicious.
Is there alcohol in
I
it?
think this is an Aperol.
Tequila, Amaro, vodka.
This is my drink.
As I take a little vodka.
Yeah, at 10 in the morning.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, we're going to enjoy this. We're going to talk about the mother coming up right after the break.
Yes.
With
10 in the morning.
I'm a lightweight. And everybody knows that.
We do know that.
I can't believe we have you drinking at
We're going
10.
to meet your young co-star, Lucy Paez, coming up right after this.
Amazing. Cheers. We are back with Jennifer Lopez and her 14-year-old co-star, Lucy Paez. They're starring in a new movie called The Mother.
Jennifer plays a female assassin who comes out of hiding to protect her daughter she gave up years earlier, played by Lucy. Take a look.
You're driving.
I'm 12.
So I'm going to teach you.
Why?
You want to go home? I want that too. But not till you know how to survive everything it takes. And this is where we start.
Lucy.
Whoa.
Wait,
Lucy,
did you really learn how to drive that car?
Well, I'm going to tell you the story. Technically, because it was like day 3 of filming, and this random guy came up to me and was like, I'm going to teach you how to drive. So I called all my friends. I was like, I'm way cooler than you guys. I'm going to drive a truck, and I'm like such a baddie. And then I went onto the truck, and this guy only taught me how to put the ignition in and out.
Oh, that was
the
it?
key into the ignition. The key
That's
into the
step
ignition.
1.
That was it. And then he was like, we're done. And I was so disappointed, and I told Nikki, like, please, like, can you make it? Yeah, let me. And she was like,
Was Jennifer
12? Yeah.
You were
Seriously.
Okay, so I have a question. Was Jennifer kind of like a mother figure to you on the set? Because she's got 2 kids close to your age.
No, she was so motherly. Like, I remember still that she got hand warmers, and she'd ask for some hand warmers for me, too. Everything she got, I got, because she'd ask for some, and I think that she taught me a lot. especially the side of the work ethic,
Yeah.
especially like I saw that she would come in at 5 a.m. ready to do this, and last night she was at the MTV Awards like singing and in a beautiful dress, and she was at 5 a.m. like doing all the action in the mud and snow, and that to me was so impressive. And to see someone that has been in this industry for like so much. No, she is such a mentor because you get to see, you know, someone that's an icon.
She really is. And that word is used a lot, but it's appropriate
She
for her.
is.
Yeah.
So you have kids that are about this age, as Hoda just said.
Yeah.
Was that one of the reasons why you connected with this role?
You know, for me, you know, well, first of all, I like the idea of doing an action movie.
Yeah.
Especially at my age. You
Yeah,
know,
totally.
and you don't get those type of roles. Those are like for, you know, when you first start out. And I did like a little action movie when I first started out, but I never got to do something like this. And so that was the most exciting part to me. Of course, the mother aspect of it came very naturally to me. This is a very different kind of mother. And I like the idea of we're all different kinds of mothers. And we all do it differently.
Totally.
And all you can do is love your kids and do your best. Because I think the thing about this movie is that she's made a lot of mistakes and made a lot of choices that she's not proud of. But the one good thing she did was this right here. And that to me is what resonated with me about the script and about the movie.
How do you feel about yourself as a mom?
It's so funny, right? Like some days I think I'm crushing it, and some days I feel like a total failure. And that's hard, you know? And I think we all feel that way. And I think that's what the movie's a little bit about, is like, have I failed? Have I totally failed at this? Or am I doing okay? And I think we all need to recognize that we're being the version of the mother, if you're really doing your best. And I think most people are always trying to do their best. You're doing okay.
Yeah.
And me and my sister were just talking about this last night. You know, it's like, you know, do I feel good about what I'm doing? Do I feel good about the mom and how I love them, how I try to mentor them, how I try to shepherd them, how I try to, you know, kind of help them see what's important? And you know, if you can feel good about that, then you're doing okay.
And meanwhile, you have the world's best mothers right over there.
And a dad, too. We both, our mothers are here.
And that says a lot, right? I mean,
yes.
that your mom is always with you. I know Hoda's favorite time of her life was when she danced with your mom. Maybe favorite.
At your concert.
Don't tell her
I know.
kids, but she loved that.
Is it fun to see your parents here?
It's
Lucy?
really funny to see them here, like how they're, and my dad's like just smiling and looking all proud.
Well, I'm sure
and
they're so proud of you. I mean, your first
of all, Lucy's amazing. In
She
this
is.
movie.
Yeah. She really
And
is.
we did have a great time.
Y'all, please go
It's
see
so
Mother.
good.
It's out Friday.
Yeah, it's out. You can watch it May 12th on Netflix. We're back after this. nearly 5 months since DJ, dancer, and television personality Stephen Twitch Boss died by suicide, just weeks after celebrating his 11th wedding anniversary. The news came as a shock to his friends, fans, and family. And Hoda, I know you got to sit down with his wife, Allison.
Allison is such a lovely human being. Allison Holker Boss is a pillar of strength. She's raising 3 young kids without the love of her life by her side. And now she is opening up for the first time about her loss and how she is honoring Stephen's memory. Stephen Twitch Boss danced his way into the hearts of America alongside Ellen DeGeneres for 9 years. His first big break came appearing on the hit TV show So You Think You Can Dance, where in 2010 he met the love of his life, fellow dancer Allison Holker.
Will you marry me?
Yes. Our love was magical.
Yeah.
And it was so real.
Mhm.
And I think that's the hardest part about all this. The way we loved was so big,
Yeah.
and he made you feel so seen and heard. And one of our really dear friends said it best, that Twitch was an experience. And if you got to have that experience, it was something special.
Just 5 months before Twitch died by suicide, he co-hosted the show with me.
Look who's getting our party started. We call him Twitch. Stephen Twitch Boss.
I still remember so vividly when he hosted with me, Allison, and he walked in the studio and the lights went on. That's what happened. And I watched him walk in. I watched him greet every person. I watched him sit on that set. I watched him delight in every topic, every person, every detail. Does the name Dr. Tommy Tonia Stewart ring a bell?
Yes. Yes.
Well, we hear Dr. Stewart is a legend. Guess what? We tracked her down. Come on out, Dr. Stewart.
There would not be a Twitch without Dr. Stewart. Like,
Dr. Stewart.
He just said, I can't believe y'all did this for me. And he kind of nuzzled into her. He never forget where he began.
I'm a kid from Montgomery, Alabama, and now all of a sudden I'm sitting next to you right now, and it's from teachers like that.
He never forgot that, did he?
Never. Yeah. I remember watching that, and even you guys together was so beautiful and so many. It was like, oh, it was so fun and vibrant, and he lit up every space that he ever was in.
Navigating life as a single mom, Allison takes it one step at a time with 14-year-old Wesley, 7-year-old Maddox, and 3-year-old Zaya. I'm looking at you and you seem very strong to me. I don't know what you're like on the inside. Is that for you, for the kids, for the world?
I think it's for all of that.
Yeah.
I don't really have any other choice but to be strong. Because it is me with those kids, and they deserve someone that's strong. We're being there for each other. We're looking after each other, having those hard conversations.
If you feel comfortable, what kind of questions are they asking you about what happened?
Well, first off, they just ask, when is Daddy coming back? And that's a really hard one, because you feel like you've had the conversation with them and really, to the best of your ability, explained where he is now. And so then, as a mom, you think, oh, okay, we had that. And then it'll be a couple weeks later, but does he come back when he's older? When Daddy's older, he'll come back.
It was such a shock to the country when the news broke. That's one of those stories that's not right, because he was the megawatt smile, the guy who was dancing, always happy.
I still feel like I'm like the rest of the world, where I'm still shocked. No one's ready for that moment. And there's no one that saw this coming. No one. But I feel so sad that he was so there and we weren't in the knowing. People say a lot of what were the signs, and he really wanted to be everyone's Superman, and he said that a lot.
Everyone's Superman?
Everyone's Superman.
There's a stigma when someone takes their own life. Tell me about how that sits with you.
There's a large stigma that comes with it. I just think we need to find a little bit of grace.
Have you been on the receiving end of things that weren't quite so graceful?
It's interesting. The word widow is hard, and it's never easy when you hear it, but I had 13 years. I got 13 years with one of the most magical humans. And I learned, oh, I'm sorry. I learned so much about love and gratitude. And so my commitment to him is to still move forward from that, because I talk to him every night.
You do?
I talk to him every night. And it's different every night. Sometimes it's just like, I took the kids to school. Other times it's a little bit deeper, a little more heavy. But at the end of the day, I talk to him and I tell him, I'm gonna do this for you.
That legacy includes the Move with Kindness Foundation. Allison and her family partnered with the LA branch of the National Alliance on Mental Illness to bring awareness to mental health. Talk a little bit about what you're doing and how you want your husband's name and legacy to live on.
What I would really love is to bring awareness to mental health, open up the conversations, but to hopefully help people to feel comfortable asking for that help. I really do want to make an impact on behalf of like someone I love so much.
And Jenna, she tells her kids that their dad's up in the stars, and she said she walked in their room one evening and they were peeking out the window, and she said, "What are you doing?" He said, "Oh, we're talking to Dad." So they're keeping him alive, and of course, you know, if anyone is feeling scared or alone, there is a suicide hotline that is very important for people to know that they can contact. Yeah. And also next week, guys, the Boss family will receive the Heart of a Champion Award from the West Side Los Angeles chapter of the National Alliance on Mental Illness to honor Twitch's legacy. So all thoughts and prayers go out to that beautiful family.
We sure do.
Yeah.
And we'll be back right after this.
If you're a Bridgerton fan, you got reason to celebrate. The prequel, Queen Charlotte, a Bridgerton story, hits Netflix tomorrow.
Okay, it centers on the young queen's rise to power and her marriage to King George. It's quite spicy. Take a look.
Hello, my lady. Are you in need of assistance of some kind?
If you must know, I'm trying to climb over the garden wall.
Whatever for?
You refuse to help a lady in distress.
I refuse when she's trying to go over a wall so that she does not have to marry me. Hello, Charlotte.
Your Majesty.
To you, I'm George.
Ooh! We already know it's going to be good.
Nice.
We already know. All right, with us now, Corey Milcreast is here. India Armatifio is here. And Arsima Thomas.
Hi.
Y'all, you are shooting out of the cannon hard. This is big.
Okay, wait. Corey and India, we have to talk about the chemistry.
Yes.
Where? The chemistry between y'all.
It really jumps right out at you.
I mean,
it does. Yeah.
We saw that with just the one hand
second.
held.
Sometimes it's something subtle that makes for chemistry. Would you all agree?
Yeah, I think,
It's the things unsaid with us. Yeah, I don't know. I think we were talking last night, actually. I don't know if we understand the science behind it ourselves.
It just happens.
Yeah.
Did you know it from the beginning when you guys met each other, or?
Yeah, I think so. I had done a chemistry read with someone else prior, and I could do the scene with them, and it was great. But then I kind of stepped into the room with Corey, and it was almost kind of instantaneous.
Just amazing, she says. It was just amazing.
I know,
those are the words that you. Yeah.
Is this the first time you guys have worked together?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Corey's like first proper job as well, really.
Yeah.
Your first proper job?
I've done like one day on something else, but yeah.
Wow, that must be kind of a crazy first breakthrough.
So normal for me. No, yeah, it's very surreal, and I'm very, very grateful. Yeah, it's been a wild and amazing ride.
How was it when you found out you got the role?
It was like midnight because it was made on LA time, and it was London. I was in shock, and I ended up going to a snooker bar. I don't know if you guys have snooker.
What is a snooker bar?
Like a pool bar. It's like which is the most random
Thank
place.
you for translating.
Yeah, thank you.
Arsama, we've got to talk to
Arsama,
you.
your career trajectory is crazy.
No, you have the craziest trajectory. Run through a few of the beats.
Just tell us what you've done so far.
Oh gosh, born, and but I did my undergrad in biological sciences and physics at Carnegie Mellon, and then I did my master's in health policy and management at Yale.
Heard of it?
What?
We've heard of it.
Her sister went to.
Oh, nice. Okay. We should connect. And then I kind of realized that I really had always loved acting, but was just too scared to just do it. It's kind of that thing that, like, what do you do when something doesn't love you back?
Yeah.
And so I realized that the risk was just, it had to be taken.
How does one tell one's parents that one has decided to go into acting after all that education?
You know, luckily because of this, hindsight has become very clear, but my mother was not thrilled, but she definitely believed in me. She kind of could tell that there was a reason that I kept, sneaking out of my master's program to New York to like audition for whatever I could find.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and so she's like, okay, you have the master's degree. If worst case scenario, you can just do a PhD. So yeah, she kind of.
You can always, you have something to fall back on.
Exactly.
Okay, we talked about the chemistry between y'all. Is it true that you both, and this is spicy.
Yes.
This show is spicy. You watched it with your mothers?
India.
We did.
Yeah.
We had a great time.
Yeah.
I mean,
just the four of us.
Yeah.
No, it was separate. It was separate.
But still, what kind of were they?
India,
what did you do?
What did your mom say, India?
I mean, I think we wanted to bridge the gap and kind of unite with one another in a unique bonding experience. So I thought it would be a good idea to kind of just get it out of the way. This is what I have been doing for the last 6 months. It wasn't awkward because I think actually she was able to look at it from like a artistic point of view, if you can do.
Okay.
How about your mom?
My mum stayed completely silent, and then the next night we watched Lethal Weapon, where Mel Gibson's bum was out, and I remember, and then so the only thing that she said was, "You got a nicer bum than Mel." And that was the only thing. She stayed silent the night before when we watched it, and then I was like, right, okay, that's the weirdest thing I've ever heard. I'm going to go tonight. Yeah.
You guys, this is going to be huge. You know this.
Well, you promise you'll come back when you guys.
Yeah, because it'll be different after tomorrow for you guys.
Yeah.
But today.
Don't forget about us.
Yes. Please don't forget.
Yeah, I know.
Everybody's been waiting for this.
Yes.
Queen Charlotte, a Bridgerton story. It hits Netflix tomorrow.
So excited for you guys. Congratulations.
So much.
Congrats. Coming up next, our friend Deborah Roberts on the impact of great teachers coming up right after this.
Go, Deborah.
Deborah.
We are back now with a dear friend of ours and part of our extended Today Show family, our pal Deborah Roberts.
Yeah, she's out with an incredible new book. It's called Lessons Learned and Cherished, The Teacher Who Changed My Life. Deborah, this idea is so awesome because we want to celebrate teachers, particularly after the pandemic. You dedicate this to your mom and daddy.
My mom and dad, who Ben and Ruth Roberts. I mean, when I was growing up, and they grew up in the segregated South, you know, they had great dreams for their children, but I think they would be so proud of my doing something like this.
Well, they'd be so proud of you, too.
Can you imagine what they would think in this moment? You sitting here on this
My
couch.
cousin said, they're smiling down from heaven. What a great day. They're smiling down from heaven. But you were a teacher. Your mom was a librarian.
Yeah.
And so I knew you could relate to this. And when I reached out to you right away, you said, yeah, let's do this. And I didn't know if this idea would gel, but it just started rolling.
I mean, you got everybody to do it.
You had Jimmy Allen,
Oprah.
is one of your people, Oprah.
Yes.
What did you learn from some of these different folks?
Jimmy Allen with one of his teachers, Oprah with Mrs. Duncan.
Oh, my
Tell us about that.
I mean, and we've heard Oprah talk about Mrs. Duncan, but you know what? She was so generous. She sat there and really peeled back the layers. And she talked about not only Mrs. Duncan just being a great teacher, but how she saw her. She saw her and she saw something in her. Not just that you're a smart girl, but you're intelligent. And Oprah said, I felt I was intelligent. You know, she tells the story of being this 5-year-old who could read, you know, books in the Bible and all of this. But teachers celebrated that and gave her that power and that feeling. And so many people talked about teachers seeing them. You talked about being seen.
Well,
and that's what it's all about.
My teacher was Mrs. Cunningham. I mean, you remember
Cunningham.
but I still kind of tear up thinking about her because nobody had ever said to me, minus my parents, wow, you're a great writer. And she said that to me, and it sort of changed everything for me.
Yeah,
but it shows you what one thing a teacher says
can just change everything. And it may not be about a lesson that you learned from the teacher academically, but something they saw in you. Sergio Hudson, the designer, talks about a teacher who saw that he was sort of like sloughing off. He wasn't giving it his all. And she said, you're going to really mess this up. This is in design school. And she said, I had people say, teachers saved my life. People said to me, teachers saved my life.
Whoa.
And that's really pretty strong words.
Yeah, it sure is.
Yeah.
You wrote a lot about things that people have learned from their teachers, but there are some people who say they have learned a thing or two from you. We have a little tape for you.
One of the things that I learned from Deb would be that your children do not have to be perfect overall, because I was not perfect growing up, and she consistently showed me love and appreciation, and I am definitely going to be passing that down to my child when I have her.
The best lesson that I learned from my mom is just her overall work ethic and ability to balance all of that. It's something that I can, look up to, and that's an invaluable gift.
Honestly, everybody took what I wanted to say, except for the thing that I learned from you is that I need to be more careful of how I budget my money.
The thing that I think I learned that's most valuable from Deborah is to try to be patient and present, and to appreciate who I have in my life and what I have in my life. And a lot of that is the folks you see here. Because of what she's taught them, they are the gift that keeps giving to me.
Love you.
Okay, come on, ladies.
Did you have to do that?
I was holding it together, and you did. You did.
No, that's so many teachers that are there who aren't in classrooms, like the things you teach people, and the things people have taught us all along the way.
Yeah, Rachel Ray said the same thing. She said, I'm not going to pick a teacher. It was my grandpa who got me ready for school, and he would teach me lessons on my way to school. So they may not have necessarily been in the classroom. Kenneth Cole, the designer, talked about a principal who imparted something to him. It's really about those lessons that you take with you, right? They put something in your soul. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, Deborah, look how beautiful the cover is, Deborah. Of course it is.
And also, you know what it's in time for? Graduation. It's like the perfect gift. Mother's Day.
Yeah, and also the end of the school, you're always looking for a way to say thank you
to your teacher. Write a note.
about them and
give
put them in
that.
there.
And also, some of the proceeds are going to go to Donors Choose, which is an
great.
organization
Yes.
that provides resources to public schools.
Because you know how
So
many teachers pay for their own classrooms?
3/4 of them have second jobs.
She knows
So you know
everything.
what? You can help them out. That's a way to help teachers
Deborah,
as well.
we love that you're celebrating teachers.
Love
Get
you.
this book, y'all. It will change you. You can check out lessons learned and cherished at today.com/books or wherever you buy your books. Just buy it.
We're back right after this. Tomorrow, we are going to catch up with the one, the only Henry Winkler.
We love him. Plus, a performance by the cast of the Tony-nominated Broadway musical. Everybody's talking about it. Shut.
All right, we'll see you Thursday,
Shut.
everybody.
Bye, y'all. It's Wednesday. You made it halfway through the week.
Come on.
In the 1950s, 60s, and 70s, Black-owned restaurants weren't just places to get a meal, several becoming crucial meeting spots for activists at the forefront of the civil rights movement. And the families still operating these restaurants today are committed to honoring their historic legacies. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. We're in Harlem, the epicenter of Black culture in the United States. Now, many historians agree the Harlem Renaissance paved the way for the civil rights movement of the 1950s and 60s. So in this episode, we're traveling across the country to explore 3 legendary Black-owned restaurants. For generations, these beloved eateries have been serving up dishes to historic figures and those fighting for change. First up, we're heading south to visit an iconic establishment that defied segregation laws. New Orleans, a city that celebrates food, music, nightlife, and history. In the Big Easy, you'll find many historic sites that played a vital role in the civil rights movement, like William Frantz Elementary School, where 6-year-old Ruby Bridges broke barriers in 1960, or New Zion Baptist Church, a hub for activists, and Treme, one of the oldest Black neighborhoods in America. Here, you'll find the only restaurant on the U.S. Civil Rights Trail.
Dookie Chase Restaurant definitely is a historical landmark institution here in New Orleans.
This popular eatery is a living testament to a woman who changed the face of fine dining in America, Chef Leah Chase.
I'm Stella Chase Reese, and I am the president of the corporation here at Dookie Chase's.
And I'm Edgar Duke Chase IV, and I'm the executive chef here at Dookie Chase Restaurant.
Stella's grandparents first opened Dookie Chase's as a po' boy shop, becoming a full-service restaurant in 1941.
African Americans didn't have that place to celebrate birthdays, to celebrate promotions, to celebrate good grades, weddings, proms. So they opened up a place where that could happen.
But the next generation had a new vision for the eatery.
It was my father, Edgar Chase Jr., and his wife, Leah Lange Chase, that continued the legacy that my grandparents started.
Dookie Chase Jr. was an avid jazz musician who promoted some of America's first integrated concerts.
His friendship with all the musicians, Ray Charles and Duke Ellington and Sarah Vaughan, we would hear stories of them after their performance coming here to dine at Dookie Chase.
And Leah was determined to bring an elevated dining experience for her black patrons.
She wanted the best china, she wanted linens, she wanted them to be served the best they could be served, because she didn't want our community to be deprived of anything else than any other community had.
That community was on the brink of a revolution, years in the making.
Post-1865 and the Emancipation Proclamation, with the masses of African American people now free, the country was overwhelmed. Hierarchies needed to be reestablished. It was important from a white supremacist point of view that black folks knew their place.
By the late 19th century, Jim Crow laws legalizing racial segregation in the former Confederate states. Those laws were further cemented by the Supreme Court case Plessy versus Ferguson, which upheld the separate but equal doctrine. But Dookie Chases defied those laws, welcoming patrons of all races to dine and discuss political issues facing the black community.
Their willingness and openness to everyone in the community made them a hub of safety, made them a hub of belonging.
But that openness also made the Chase family a target.
There were times that we had people throw things in and try to, destroy the peace. But that didn't frighten my parents. They continued because they know what they were doing was the correct thing to do.
By the 1960s, Dookie Chases had become a go-to spot where activists could connect and strategize.
We had the opportunity to serve many of our civil rights leaders, Martin Luther King, Jesse Jackson, Rosa Parks, Thurgood Marshall. The list goes on and on. And then Freedom Bus Riders, they came here. My parents realized that until we all learn to enjoy life together and get to that part where social justice would be for everyone, that this community or any other community in our country would not grow and will not be better.
In the 1970s, Leah becoming passionate about promoting black artists.
Her love of art was also celebrated here at Dookie Chases when she gave African American artists the opportunity to actually display their art on her wall, because at the time they had no place to display their art.
Her extraordinary life even becoming the inspiration for Disney's first black princess, Tiana.
It meant a lot for her because she did have some of the kids dress up and come here.
Leah Chase, the queen of Creole cuisine, passing away on June 1st, 2019. But her spirit and her culinary traditions are in vigilant and capable hands.
This is Leah Chase's kitchen. It's set up the same way, and we love it like that, because as you know, she's still with us. She's still watching us.
Chef Dude continues to serve Creole cuisine that's been on the menu for decades, from red beans and rice to shrimp clemenceau and the famous chicken a la Dookie. But the restaurant's most popular dish, gumbo.
You think back to the civil rights era when we had leaders strategizing in our upstairs dining room. We fed them gumbo. You think about presidents today, President Barack Obama, President George Bush came here. We always started them with gumbo because my grandmother always believed that her gumbo will solve any problems. And we like to say her gumbo changed the course of America.
Gumbo, an official state food of Louisiana. Dookie Chase's version has a little something for everyone. Not one, but two types of sausage. Some Louisiana blue crab.
What we do here is we take the top shell off, we clean it up, and we just crack it in half, release some of those flavors.
Chicken and shrimp.
This is really coming out to be a beautiful gumbo.
The gumbo simmering until it's ready to serve.
I mean, if you just smell this, the neighborhood smelling this, everybody knows when Dookie Chase is cooking gumbo.
Today, the Chase empire is expanding, Chef Duke just opened the family's newest restaurant, Chapter 4.
Being a fourth-generation African-American restaurateur is huge.
Many generations now working side by side.
Being around my family all day, that's the biggest blessing. I'm so grateful that I get to work with all my family, and it's such a joy.
And that joy best expressed over great food.
Hello, family. Enjoying everything.
We are enjoying everything.
What's the song that Rachel?
I'm going down to Dookie Chase to get myself some gumbo. When the service is right,
they treat you nice.
The whole restaurant, Dookie Chase's, is a gift to the family that was given by my great-grandparents. And so we want to make sure that, the restaurant sustains that legacy and all the traditions.
Leah Chase said, "Food builds big bridges. If you can eat with someone, you can learn from them."
And when you learn from someone, you can make big changes.
We can change the course of America in this restaurant over a bowl of gumbo.
We can talk to each other and relate to each other.
When we eat together.
A trip to Harlem just wouldn't be complete without a meal here at Sylvia's restaurant. This neighborhood institution has been serving up soul food since 1962. And what started as a small luncheonette has now become a family empire, beloved by tourists, locals, and plenty of famous faces.
The cornbread was sweet, it was warm, and it just reminded me of home.
It took me back to my grandmother's cooking, so I really enjoyed it.
What brought me here today was that I was hungry and wanted some good soul food. So where do you go in Harlem? Sylvia's.
Soul food is the cultural identity marker that really symbolizes our journey as a people living in America.
Triness Woods Black is the granddaughter of the legendary queen of soul food, Sylvia Woods.
Sylvia grew up in Hemingway, South Carolina, where she met her love, Herbert Woods, when they were 11 and 12. They fell in love picking beans after school.
But this entrepreneur-to-be wasn't content with life on the farm.
My grandmother, she came to New York when she was 16. She knew that this was a place that was more palatable for African Americans to really live.
Sylvia and Herbert were among the estimated 6 million African Americans who left the Jim Crow South during the Great Migration.
They came, north to escape all of the atrocities that were happening and to really be in control of their lives. If you were black, Harlem was the place to be.
Sylvia finding work at a diner, Johnson's Luncheonette, which she eventually purchased from the owner with a loan from her mom.
Mr. Johnson knew that my grandmother would make it. And on August 1st, 1962, Sylvia's restaurant was born.
As the cultural center of Black America, Harlem became a crucial site for demonstrations and organizing by leaders like Martin Luther King Jr. and Malcolm X, according to Professor Psyche Williams-Forson.
The heart of civil rights is America, because it wasn't limited to one area. Though folks who are in the North, they still experience poverty and inequality and voter suppression and homelessness.
Sylvia made the restaurant a welcoming place for activists.
She played her role as ensuring that the community leaders had a place to meet and to commune and to strategize. Everyone dined at Sylvia's. Dizzy Gillespie, Ozzie Davis, Ruby Dee. These are actors and actresses that were on the front line.
By the 1960s, the movement had achieved major gains, like the historic Brown versus Board of Education and successful boycotts. But racial discrimination and police brutality against Black Americans persisted, resulting in deadly riots throughout the decade. Two devastating events, just 4 years apart, sparked destructive riots throughout Harlem. But Sylvia's was always spared.
Harlem was on fire, and my grandmother kept the restaurant open because the grocery stores were not open, nothing was open. People couldn't feed their kids. And she was in that kitchen making food so that this community would have something to eat.
This strong connection with Harlemites has continued for decades.
We have guests that eat with us every single day. And sometimes we have people that eat with us multiple times a day.
Coming up, I learned the secret to Sylvia's famous fried chicken. Sylvia's in Harlem has been serving up soul food since 1962. And this native New Yorker couldn't wait to get back into their historic dining room.
Oh, wow. It's so good to see you.
It's been so long.
It's been way too long.
Missed you.
I've missed you too. But you know what? The good thing about Sylvia's is it's like I saw you yesterday.
It's coming home.
It's coming home.
It's coming home. The dining room walls showcasing famous faces and political figures, along with treasured memories.
This picture is one of my grandmother's favorites. This was when Winnie and Nelson Mandela came to New York when he was freed.
Eating here has become a rite of passage for many candidates. And there's a young man, I don't know whatever happened to this guy.
You know, I think he might have turned out okay.
I think so. After a meal here.
Yeah.
This is what sent him on his path.
That's right. It was the chicken. It was the chicken.
But the heart of Sylvia's is Harlem. Triness and her family have worked hard to stay active in the neighborhood, from funding college scholarships for local teens to supporting Black Lives Matter events. What is it about this restaurant that keeps people coming back?
Authenticity. Authenticity times love. Sylvia's, when you come to Sylvia's, you know what you're going to get. You're going to get some good food that's going to make you feel warm.
Today, over a dozen family members help run Sylvia's empire, which includes a catering business and a successful food product line. What's it like working with family? Because I know your brother Marcus, your baby brother Marcus, is there in the kitchen. What's that like?
Watching my brother throw down in the kitchen is something that we always knew was going to happen.
Executive Chef Marcus Woods has been at the helm for 5 years. Sylvia's grandson, it is so good to see you.
Yeah.
And you're back here, you're running the kitchen. What's that like for you? I mean, knowing that this legacy your grandmother's had.
I'm honored. I still get to cook for people like you and the community of Harlem. So as long as I can do that, I'm happy and always honored and blessed.
You know, the amazing thing is food brings people together. You look in that dining room, everybody's there.
Yes. Well, Sylvia used to always say that the first time you come to Sylvia's, you're a guest, the second time, you're family.
According to Marcus, fried chicken, the most beloved menu item. So, did your grandmother teach you how to do this?
Yes, she taught me how to fry chicken, everything down to the seasoning. She would always say, you know, moisturize chicken and marinate it like you're putting lotion on a baby.
Now I can't get that image out of my head now.
Exactly.
One secret, Chef Marcus first applies a dry rub to marinate the chicken. Now, is that just plain flour?
Yeah, this is plain flour. We add a little coarse black pepper to it. Drop them all in there. You just want to give it a little mix.
Again, the baby metaphor.
The baby metaphor.
Like you're tossing the baby. After the chicken's coated, it gets a gentle shake. Then it's into the deep fryer.
That looks like tender love and care right there.
Oh,
See
yeah.
how gentle he's putting it in there?
Putting the baby to bed.
Yep. They'll let you know when they're ready to wake up.
What's the best part of working here?
That every day when I walk in, I get to feel like my grandmother's still with me. Yeah.
Wow.
Like I feel her, I can really feel her presence in this place. And it reminds me every time you're feeling a little lazy, it's like, all right, she's watching. You better pick up the pace. And she treated everybody the same. Celebrity, normal person, worker, dishwasher, cook, chef. I don't know if I can ever live up to who she was, but I'm gonna try. She was an amazing person.
After about 15 minutes, golden perfection. Wow, that looks perfect.
I know you're a thigh person.
I am a thigh person. Oh, I remember how good this is. That's perfect.
Perfect?
Wow, the seasoning, it's moist, crisp. Oh, your grandmother's smiling right now.
That's Sylvia's fried chicken right there.
You treated the baby well. Marcus, this is fantastic. It's so great to see you.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, I'm going to take this piece to go.
Oh, I'm going to pack up a whole bunch for you.
Thank you. Welcome back. In Oakland, California, Lois the Pie Queen has been serving up Southern specialties, hospitality, and of course, fabulous pies since the 1950s. But it's more than just a space for delectable food. It's a well-known hub for political activists, artists, musicians, and everyday folks to meet, mix, and collaborate.
Come on down to Lois the Pie Queen. Get your breakfast on and them mean green.
Lois the Pie Queen is serving up much more than brunch staples.
It's just a great place for locals to come, great place for people to connect.
And it's just awesome that I could come to a place like this and have some soul food.
My name is Chris Davis, and I'm owner of Lois the Pie Queen. We serve food that warms the soul.
This family's roots run deep in Northern California. Lois Davis, Chris's mom, began selling homemade pies at her church in the 1940s. They were an instant hit. Her husband, Roland, dubbed her the Pie Queen and saw a new business opportunity.
My dad was a chef at B&G Foods in San Francisco, and they combined both of their efforts to open up the restaurant and serve breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
In 1953, the duo opening their Oakland restaurant.
So my mother ran the restaurant for 40 years, and it started at 4:30 in the morning for her and ended at 11 at night, and she was a pure perfectionist.
Lois perfecting recipes she enjoyed growing up.
The recipes were my grandmother's recipes. My grandmother was from Texas, and they have maintained the test of time. All of the items that are on the menu were pretty much on the menu when my mom started the restaurant.
From key lime pie topped with raspberry jam to banana cheesecake, sweet treats are always popular here. But there are plenty of savory staples that keep customers coming back every morning. And there's one dish with a special place in many folks' hearts.
You might not find salmon croquettes on the menu anywhere in the Bay Area.
The salmon croquettes are part salmon, part mackerel, yellow onions, salt and pepper, Italian breadcrumbs.
These croquettes, which originated in the South, were a meal staple for many black families.
Most black folks couldn't afford crab, once it became popularized, but in the absence of that, canned fish, salmon croquettes became a major filler.
With a couple of cans, families could make an affordable yet delicious meal. Lois's dishes have brought in celebrities from Sammy Davis Jr. to Zendaya, and sports icons like Reggie Jackson ate here so often, they actually named a pork chop special after him.
So here's my wall of fame and some of the special people that are up here. This is Black Panther Party Minister Eldridge Cleaver.
All power to the people!
In the 1960s and 70s, Lois welcomed members of the newly formed Black Panther Party. The restaurant is a short drive from Merritt Community College, where activists Huey P. Newton and Bobby Seale first met, founding the party in 1966. Chris attended Merritt with both of them.
I had Eldridge Cleaver, Angela Davis, Bobby Seale, Huey P. Newton come through the restaurant. Civil rights leaders and organizers and community leaders would come and meet and organize and strategize. There was a lot of electricity in the restaurant when they visited.
The Black Panthers have a controversial legacy.
The story we tend to hear is one of violence. What we don't hear about as much are the various lunch programs and free breakfast, of course. They saw black communities as in and of themselves resilient, capable of being self-sufficient.
Lois and Chris were not members of the party, but it was during this era the restaurant became an important gathering space in the Oakland community for different walks of life.
When people come and are needy and ask for food, we always do what my mom did, which was we always take care of them. We always give them a meal.
The restaurant expanding this mission amid the pandemic, providing 16,000 meals to locals in need.
It is a place for people to come and get together and try and figure out how to make our community and our world a better place.
Today, that mission to help others has evolved. Chris uses his platform to support local musicians and keep the restaurant buzzy by bringing in younger generations.
I believe that aspect of music and musicianship is something that is in the ethos of the restaurant. Hey, Mr. Jackson, how are you? Good, I'm doing good, babe.
Good to see you, man.
Good.
He recently started a music management company for Wise Men Entertainment that he unofficially runs from the tables at Lois.
It's not an accident or a coincidence that you look around and see a lot of photographs of, famous folks. There's a lot of people that he supports. And I don't mean support just by putting our pictures up. He'll cultivate young artists that are looking to get an opportunity to get a platform where they can be seen and heard.
Would you like hash browns, grits, or rice?
Grits, of course, grits.
Chris is determined to keep the restaurant in the family. His son, Corey Jackson, has been overseeing the day-to-day at Lois for nearly 5 years.
Working with my dad gave me an understanding of not only the hard work my grandmother put forward, and how much my dad is trying to fill those shoes, and now I'm trying to fill his.
Corey hoping his sons will share the passion for the family business.
They can't stay away. They have a job right now. They fold silverware. It's great to see my kids and their Papa Chris bond in those times.
Chris thinks Lois would be incredibly proud to see her restaurant continuing to thrive.
We are the oldest Black restaurant in the Bay Area. It is a tribute to my mom's efforts to support her community and to create a place that was a home away from home and a place that served food that warmed the soul.
Say cheesecake. Cheesecake.
As you might imagine, keeping a restaurant running for decades is no easy feat, especially in the face of adversity. But with delicious dishes and unwavering hospitality, these historic hotspots have nourished generations fighting for social change. These places now stand as symbols of resilience, inspiring and feeding a new generation of community leaders. I scream, you scream. Okay, I'm going to stop right there because I know you know how it goes. We are here at New York City's legendary Lexington Candy Shop. Happens to be my neighborhood luncheonette. And there was a time when soda fountains and diners like this were all over New York City and all over the country. Whether it's a cone, a sundae, or an ice cream float. I gotta tell you, there's nothing that brings back memories like places like these. Today, we're getting the scoop and diving into the history of America's beloved sweet shops. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're gonna learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. It's no coincidence that here at the Lexington Candy Shop, one of New York City's most iconic soda fountains, they serve ice cream from the city of brotherly love. It's Bassett's, the oldest ice cream company in America. In fact, Philadelphia is home to many early ice cream innovations. And at the Franklin Fountain, we've got two brothers who have recreated a turn-of-the-century fountain that celebrates Philadelphia's unique contribution to American ice cream history.
We're very proud to be called Soda Jerks.
In the heyday of soda fountains, being called a jerk was a good thing.
A soda jerk is someone that jerks the handle on the soda fountain.
We are the Burley Brothers.
I'm Ryan.
And I'm Eric Burley.
Welcome.
Come on in.
Stepping into the Franklin Fountain is like time traveling to a bygone era.
I've always felt a kinship for the turn of the century. It just feels like maybe I was there in a past life.
The Burley family originally purchasing this historic property in 2002, but they weren't sure what to do with the storefront. until inspiration struck.
The building is really what inspired us to do what we do here. It was built around 1899, and the original tin ceiling remains, as well as the penny tile floor. So we really thought that a soda fountain kind of looked right for the space. There's certainly a sense of awe and wonder, sort of a transport through the time machine when you walk in the door, and that was really intentional.
The brothers working for nearly 2 years to restore the space.
It is not for the faint of heart to restore any old building. It's a labor of love, and frankly, we wouldn't have it any other way. It's part of the handmade nature of everything that we do here.
The kitchen itself was a preservation element, restoring the motor on the buttercream machine, fixing the belts. You know, the restoration of the building wasn't just the facade, but it's also the back-of-house spaces.
They also embarked on a mission to recreate an authentic fountain experience.
We took a number of road trips, in part to learn about the ice cream business, and then we would always pair soda fountain tours with those. So visiting places in the American South, going down to New Orleans, going to Savannah, seeing these old-fashioned soda fountain places, interviewing the soda jerks, the pharmacists, and really learning the culture of the soda fountain was a big part of our research.
Today, while we may take the simple pleasure of eating an ice cream cone for granted, that wasn't always the case.
I'm Sarah Lohman. I'm a food historian, author, and ice cream expert.
Let's go back to when ice cream was a luxury, largely available to only the richest of Americans.
We don't think of these as expensive ingredients today, but ice and sugar historically were very rare, and so only the wealthiest people could afford them. So it was usually made in the home, and by home I mean a large grand estate, by people who had servants, and then eventually people who owned other people. We're talking about the enslaved. So you also needed that literal manpower to make it. That all begins to change in the 19th century as technology and supplies change.
Traditionally, European ice cream was made with a custard base that included eggs. But a simpler style emerged in Philadelphia.
I think Philadelphia is the most important city to ice cream history, maybe Pennsylvania as a whole, because we had the invention of Philadelphia-style ice cream by a black man.
Augustus Jackson, a black man who was a White House chef working under multiple presidents, including Andrew Jackson, is credited with advancing a new type of ice cream and method.
And he came up with an ice cream base that didn't use eggs, but was just as creamy and luscious, but could be made with less ingredients, made quicker, and he supposedly had really, really tasty flavors too.
A free man, he later moved back to his native Philadelphia to start his own business.
So he made it and sold it, but then he also sold it to other ice cream shops too, and became very famous and very wealthy for this new style of ice cream.
Jackson's contributions made ice cream more widely available to more consumers. Philadelphia is also home to the oldest ice cream company in America, Bassett's.
I'm Alex Bassett Strange. It was my great-great-great-grandfather that started this company all the way back in 1861, and we're proud to be here today.
Bassett's was the first merchant to sign a lease in Philadelphia's historic Reading Terminal Market, and the family is still there serving up scoops today.
Bassett's ice cream is a 16.5% butterfat ice cream, and it's what's called a Philadelphia style, which means that it's made without any egg yolk.
Innovations to ice cream production, allowing more shops like Bassett's to open up in the early 1900s, and that ushered in a new type of meeting place where folks could socialize.
And then we also had ice cream saloons. Now, the name there is key. Saloon, yeah, means bar. And at this time, bars were places where only men could go, but ice cream saloons were one of the first public spaces that was socially acceptable for women to go to. So to have a public space was really meaningful to women. To have a space where you felt free, to have a space where you could safely flirt.
Soda fountains and parlors became even more popular and almost necessary during the 1920s.
When Prohibition hits and we ban the sale of alcohol, then there's really a need for these public spaces for people to gather and socialize outside of the home. And as we move into the soda fountain era, We have a lot of creativity in adding ice cream to different flavors of soda and making these incredible concoctions and sundaes. If you were a soda jerk at the turn of the century, you were kind of a local celebrity.
Today, the jerks in charge at Franklin Fountain are serving up nostalgia along with their vintage creations.
It's one of our newer soda syrups. It's made with real watermelon fruit. Come over here to our 1905 soda fountain.
That is really good. You know, I don't want to mess with that flavor too much, so I'll just go with vanilla. Vanilla ice cream just rounds everything out nice, plays nice at the playground. And the bean specks on the vanilla show that it's made with real vanilla, not vanillin. And that's an old Philadelphia tradition of having bean specks in their vanilla ice cream.
Franklin Fountain's menu focuses on classics, but they also bring back long-forgotten flavors. Summer hits,
like black walnut, that tend to be kind of bitter, but mixed with enough sweetness can be really unique and good. Other flavors like pawpaws, which are our native fruit here in North America.
while others misses.
A flavor that kind of bombed here, as an example, I'll tell you, was orange pineapple. Like, we really wanted to bring back orange pineapple as an ice cream, which was really popular at the turn of the century.
But the Burleys aren't just passionate about their flavors. They are working to keep a tasty tradition alive.
Our business has really enabled the preservation of a couple of historic buildings here on the block, and we hope that the fountain and the institution of the soda fountain continues and, you know, can be passed to succeeding generations of soda jerks.
Coming up, I visit a family-owned ice cream shop in Harlem and get a sweet surprise. Finish this sentence. Ice cream is...
love.
Ice cream is not easy to make.
And scene. We're up here in Harlem, where the forecast is partly cloudy with a 100% chance of sprinkles. Why? Because we're outside Sugar Hill Creamery, where they're bringing the community together one scoop at a time. Let's check it out. Hey guys, nice to meet you.
Hi, it's nice to meet you.
That's Nick and Petrushka Larson, husband and wife, and parents to Isla, Zadie, and Nico. So let's talk ice cream. They're also the owners of Harlem's Sugar Hill Creamery, which the couple opened in their beloved neighborhood in 2017.
We're gonna give you the scoop, Al.
Bam! For the couple, that bam moment came after meeting up with friends in DC for some premium scoops.
We had small batch delicious ice cream, and that is when it hit us that this was not an experience that we could have in our own neighborhood.
The realization that they couldn't do this in Harlem was the beginning of their sweet journey.
When Nick and I started dating, he always said he wanted to own a food establishment of some sort. And then this, moment in life kind of presented the opportunity.
Patricia oversees the shop's marketing and business, while Nick, he develops their artisanal flavors, often looking to the neighborhood for inspiration.
The great thing about having a small shop, you see in real time, oh yeah, they don't like this, right? And our friends from Harlem, they are not shy to being like, yo, no, this is no good.
So your flavors are nods to Harlem.
Nods to Harlem, nods to our respective cultures as well. So I'm Black, African American, and from the Caribbean. And Nick is from the Midwest and was raised on a farm. We're channeling Harlem, we're channeling childhood memories, we're channeling the way that we were raised, what we were eating. I think this is the best example of channeling our neighborhood. So we have a flavor called Cafe Tuba. And where the first location is, it's like a few blocks from Little Senegal.
The flavor Cafe Tuba uses coffee from Senegal.
We incorporate peanut brittle and Celine pepper brownies. So it's a bit of a twist on a classic, which we like to say we make, twists on classics and then all their flavors that you wouldn't expect.
Many features of the Scoop Shop pay homage to Harlem, starting with the name.
Where we're sitting right now is a neighborhood that is adjacent to Sugar Hill. Sugar Hill is a neighborhood in Harlem that at the turn of the 20th century was the place where upwardly mobile Black people resided and came to, right? It was also the home of the Harlem Renaissance too. Many artists, activists were living here.
You talk about the history and homages to this neighborhood. Was there some thoughts about that historic ice cream shop, Thumford's?
Yes.
Just before opening Sugar Hill, Patricia learned about an iconic Harlem institution, Thumford's.
Small group of octogenarian Harlemites that just happened to be at this conference, and they were like, hey, she's opening an happy ice cream shop. This is crazy. And you're like, oh my gosh, it's like Thumford.
Thumford's was in business from 1903 to 1983, located in the heart of Harlem at 125th and St. Nicholas. Unlike many early soda fountains, it catered to Black patrons, providing much more than food and ice cream.
It was the place that people went after, church on a date. And we didn't know about it when we decided to open the shop, but after we learned about it, before we opened the shop, we definitely channeled the history and spirit of that place here.
Sugar Hill's motto, "The sweet life is a love affair between community and food." And it also has a historical meaning.
The sweet life is also, a reference to the Great Migration. When people moved to Sugar Hill, they were looking forward to sweet life. We wanted to give our neighbors a little bit of sweet life as well, right?
Nick and Patricia are hopeful that their spot will become the place for making family memories down the line.
Later down the line is to hear stories like people talking about Thumford's, they're talking about what we meant to them, right?
To be a place where somebody could come in and say, my parents met here. What an honor. And I don't think that we take our role as, the people who created this company lightly. Like, it is such an honor to be able to serve our neighbors and to also be a place that they continue to come back to.
I think that a lot of us have really fond memories of going with our family and having ice cream on a hot summer day, or like rolling past a rural ice cream stand and it's just like packed with Little League kids. Or when you live in a city, you've got your local ice cream place that you can walk to and the whole neighborhood is there.
And as for the future of Sugar Hill Creamery?
With 3 kids, Nick, are you hoping that out of those 3, one of them is going to carry on the tradition?
It's a tricky question. Yes, I would, but I'm not going to pressure them.
At the very least, we need them to work here during high school.
Exactly.
time for Sunday school. Say amen, say hallelujah.
Amen.
Hallelujah.
My Sunday school teachers at Harlem Sugar Hill Creamery kicked off my lesson with a special treat, a one-of-a-kind flavor made just for me.
You should learn to scoop with your own.
My own flavor.
Your own flavor.
My own flavor.
Yeah.
Wow.
All of the ice cream served at Sugar Hill Creamery is small batch, each flavor taking 2 days from start to finish.
The difference between a small batch and large batch is one is a freezer.
These machines allow more experimentation with mix-ins.
The reason why it's homemade and why it's better to do small batch, for example, is you have freedom to do whatever the hell you want. You're not beholden to what can fit into a automated machine that, like, for example, can't put a particular like sauce in it because it'll be too thick, or jam something, things like that.
And now, back to Sunday school.
So what's my flavor?
So your flavor. So we've heard around the way that you're a fan of cookies and cream.
I am.
Also, that you like sweet potato pie. So
I do.
Okay, so this is a combination.
And pecans.
Well, the pecan element is a part of the sweet potato pie. But yes.
I can tell you guys are married.
For my signature flavor, Nick started with a sweet cream base, then adding Nilla wafers.
Blended in, made a graham cracker pie crust with pecan, roast sweet potatoes, cook it down with, basically it's a holiday IPA, and poured the beer in it, blended it up, and then made it like a custard with eggs.
Wow. A lot goes into that.
A lot goes into it.
And a lot goes into forming the perfect scoop. But picture-perfect scoops wouldn't be the same without one very important invention.
The ice cream scoop was invented by a black man.
Alfred Crawley holds a patent for the ice cream mold and disher.
And that's the scoop that's like, it has a little handle that you squeeze and the thing scrapes and the ice cream plops out. He invented that in 1897 and sort of revolutionized ice cream culture.
So the side here is to form it. The tip is to like kind of scrape it, right? So if you're like just learning, the best way is just a little bit at the top, like that.
Sides and boom.
And you form it with the side.
Oh, so you're forming the ball.
The ball,
the scoop.
yeah, exactly. All right, voila.
Ta-da.
Right? So the cup, we'll give it a little rinse.
Rinse. Okay, so you start.
You can also grab out the sides there too, because it's a little softer.
Oh, that's a sad scoop.
No, look, now you're gonna form it.
Oh, now it's forming.
Now you're.
Now it's forming. Oh,
Yep,
look at that now. Oh,
See?
hey, now we're talking.
There it is.
Wow.
There it is.
That's good.
Hey now.
All right, let's taste.
Oh, time to taste. The Al Roker.
Cheers. Well,
Oh, we
actually.
also have a special name for it.
Oh, what's that?
It's your neck of the woods.
Oh, I like. Wow.
And this
is great.
Yeah.
Like all Sugar Hill flavors, there's an art to naming the ice cream. For example, their best-selling blueberry cheesecake, well, it's named for Petrushka.
So this is named after my wife, who's the chairperson of the board. She's the boss. This is the boss flavor.
Smart man.
This is the chief.
Ooh, that's good.
Yeah.
My work here is done.
Coming up, a whimsical creamery in Las Vegas known for its colorful creations.
You know the old saying, what happens in Vegas doesn't always stay in Vegas, especially when it comes to a hot spot that's known for creating really cool desserts, Creamberry. These folks are recreating the ice cream parlor experience for a whole new generation of ice cream fans. And whether that's in person or via social media posts. Selfie, anyone?
I've seen some kids who can kill the burrito by themselves.
Most adults, it's funny,
They would share.
In Las Vegas, a few miles off the Strip, is the flashy, fabulous, and insta-famous ice cream shop, Creamberry, opened in 2016 by husband and wife team Danny and Rosalina C., hoping to create a one-stop dessert cafe.
We set on a mission to bring in a wide variety of crazy, innovative desserts into one place.
For Danny, it was a dream come true.
I've always had a sweet tooth when I was younger, and I've always loved ice cream.
Rosalina, not so much right away. She favored traditional icy desserts from her native Indonesia, not American ice cream.
We love sweet stuff, but we don't really love like ice cream, but more to like shave ice. I said, why don't we bring our Indonesia dessert to our menu?
And just like that, Creamberry started offering shaved ice.
So we have the secret ingredients, which is the sauce, the red one, that make it very good with the condensed milk, with everything fruits on top for the shaved ice, and then it's a good combination.
Danny's focus was on the full menu, adding unique treats from around the world to Creamberry, desserts like Thai rolled ice cream and Filipino halo-halo. Recognizing the power of social media, Rosalina began posting photos and videos of their decadent creations to Instagram, and then later to TikTok. It's a practice that keeps modern ice cream parlors relevant, according to food historian Sarah Lohman.
I think social media is important because, I mean, there's people out there who are following ice cream places that maybe they'll go to, maybe they'll never go to, but it's like the visual appeal. Most people who buy cookbooks don't actually cook the recipes. It's like they flip through the pages to go on a journey. I think like social media and like ice cream social media lets us do that as well.
One of their most eye-catching treats, the legendary cotton candy burrito, a social media and IRL favorite.
Another one, maybe, ooh, look at this, the giant burrito.
Oh, the birthday burrito.
Yeah, the birthday burrito. I think that should be perfect for today.
Hashtag genius. The cotton candy burrito proves that something savory can be the sweetest inspiration.
I was having Mexican dinner one night, and of course eating burritos and tacos. That's where it gave me the idea, hey, why don't I try to experiment this into a dessert? And long and behold, it actually worked.
Rosalina was immediately impressed.
I was like, man, that's a good idea.
Creamberry was one of the first shops in the U.S. to offer the viral treat, but it took a few tries to perfect.
As everybody knows, cotton candy is very fragile, and any type of moisture or it would just ruin the cotton candy.
The first step in the process isn't posted on social media.
Spinning the cotton candy is one of our trade secrets for our cotton candy burrito. So we usually spin it in the back in the kitchen.
The couple's young sons also deserve a shout out for their love of cotton candy and its impact on their business.
Our kids love cotton candy, so that's why that's the first time that we bring the cotton candy to our shop.
So what's more important, how their desserts look or how they taste?
Both.
Both.
If customers come in and they're visually attracted to it and they try it and it doesn't taste good, they're not gonna come back and get the same dessert.
So we eat with our eyes, right? So there's always been effort and consideration into the appearance of food, but the more photographs we can take and the wider they get spread, like with the spread of Instagram and social media, I think there's been even more of a sort of focus on how our food looks on camera. And ice cream is sort of the perfect medium for that. Like you can have a really wild color, you can have this like a really elaborate sundae, or you can have something that's just like really bold and beautiful. Luckily, because it's ice cream, it all still tastes good while looking good at the same time.
Other Insta and TikTok-worthy finds include their made-to-order ice cream tacos and wild milkshakes. For Rosalina, the more social interaction, the better.
We really love to see the comments, how many likes we got, and then, like a lot of people repost it too.
And those comments, good and bad, help the duo refine their creations.
Sometimes people say, oh, don't put too much sprinkled candy or whatever it is. And then sometimes we take it like, oh yeah, maybe not too much, just maybe only a little bit.
Yeah, it's very helpful for us as well, because then at least we can adjust what is necessary and to accommodate the customers.
The virtual shares are sweet, but it's even sweeter when followers from around the world get to try Creamberry.
We can never get enough of seeing all the smiles when the customers get their orders. Just the facial expressions that they give us.
In an era when we're bombarded with options, the simple joy of heading out for ice cream has withstood the test of time.
I think that ice cream shops, spaces, parlors, ice creameries have survived because they've always fulfilled that community space and that family space. It's something that everybody can come together around.
And families behind the counter will keep scooping up sweet memories for years to come. There are dozens of Chinatowns all across America with interesting architecture, diverse restaurants, and specialty shops. It's no wonder they're popular with locals and tourists alike. They also provide places for new immigrants and for families to create communities. But with gentrification and all sorts of problems from the pandemic, it's no wonder that all these Chinatowns are rapidly changing. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. Okay, so it's no surprise. There's incredible food to be found here in Manhattan's Chinatown, folks lining up all the time. But there used to be Chinatowns in cities and towns, big and small, all across this country. In fact, the longest running family-owned Chinese restaurant is in a place you might never think of, Butte, Montana. At the turn of the century, Butte, Montana was a bustling mining town. The invention of electricity leading to a demand for conductors like copper. Mining boomed, the city flourishing. The demand for labor brought thousands of immigrants to Butte. They came from so many different countries, including Italy, Ireland, and China. It was the classic portrait of the American West, with gambling, saloons, even a red light district. By 1914, Butte's Chinatown was thriving with over 60 Chinese-owned businesses.
Now we're going to prepare broccoli beef. My name is Jerry Tam, and I'm the owner of the Pekin Noodle Parlor.
The Pekin first opened as a tobacco shop and casino run by Jerry's great uncle, Hum Yao. 2 years later, Hum adding a restaurant, and the Pekin Noodle Parlor was born.
This building has 3 different levels. The top level obviously is the Pekin Noodle Parlor, and then the second level on the main street used to be a herbal medicine shop.
That shop was run by Jerry's great-grandfather, Tam Kwang Yi.
It's crazy to think that, everything came over from China at one time. Like, they didn't make soy sauce in America. The noodles were fried and brought over on ships because they didn't make fresh noodles. So the history of this place really holds true that this is a Chinese restaurant, from Chinese immigrants.
I met up with culinary historian Grace Young to learn more about America's earliest Chinatown. Where was the first Chinatown and how did it get started?
The first Chinatown is San Francisco. The first Chinese came to California for the gold rush, and that was 1848. And they came because America needed cheap labor. And so from gold rush, they ended up doing farming, manufacturing, and then eventually they worked on the Transcontinental Railroad. And the first Chinatown formed because America wanted cheap labor, but they didn't want the Chinese to live with whites. So they were ostracized from white communities.
So, talk to me about that first wave of Chinese immigration to the U.S.
The Chinese came from southern China, principally from the area of Canton, and there was tremendous prejudice against the Chinese. They were lynched, and because the Chinese were willing to work for lower wages, they were seen as the reason why Americans were suffering so much. So the blame was unfairly placed on the Chinese.
In 1882, Congress signed the Chinese Exclusion Act into law. It banned Chinese from migrating to the U.S. It marks the only time in American history that an entire race or ethnic group was banned from immigrating.
But the interesting thing about this Exclusion Act was that there was actually exemption for Chinese tourists, students, teachers, and also merchants.
A landmark court case in 1915 classified Chinese restaurant owners as merchants.
And it gave them a way to circumvent the Exclusion Act of 1882.
It was this exemption that allowed Jerry's great uncle to open Pekin Noodle Parlor in Butte, paving a path for more family members to immigrate to the U.S. and help the business. Jerry's father, Danny Wong, arrived in the U.S. in 1947 as a teenager.
Ever since he was 14 years old, he's been working at the Pekin Noodle Parlor, and he just started with the simple roles of washing dishes, and then he learned how to cook, and then he slowly just started integrating himself into, managing it and working with the waitresses and the staff.
Danny taking over the restaurant in the 1950s, spending years turning it into a pillar of the local community.
Well, I've been coming here for at least 50 years, and they give me plenty of food. I never walk away hungry.
I love coming to work because of all the people I work with. Like, they choose really nice people. And
my father probably employed over 10,000 people at this, throughout his whole entire life. So it's interesting to know that there's nearly 5 to 6 generations of people that, have worked here.
The menu at Pekin Noodle Parlor hasn't changed much over the years.
We do a thing called chop suey. And what chop suey is tidbits of leftover vegetables that were kind of mixed together in its own gravy and served on top of chow mein noodles. We've been serving it for over 110 years.
Chop suey is in large part why Chinese food became so popular across the United States.
Chop suey was the first time America experienced a culinary craze, a food craze. And it's starting at the end of the 19th century that there are Americans who are venturing into Chinatown. The way they got them to even experiment with Chinese food was to make a stir fry that was actually quite bland. So they used bamboo shoots, water chestnuts, onions, oftentimes there was celery.
For many years, Chinatowns were the only places where non-Chinese Americans could sample Asian flavors.
Americans were going into Chinatown, some were curious, they wanted to experience curio shops, Chinese operas.
With increased tourism, Chinatowns in large cities grew, but it was a different story in Montana. Like many mining towns, Butte lost many of its workers as production slowed in the 1950s.
Once the copper ran dry, then the people just started to pick up and just kind of move on and move back to their families and the bigger states.
As miners left Butte for new opportunities, its Chinatown disappeared. In the early 1900s, there were 7 chop suey restaurants listed in the Butte City Directory. Today, only the Pekin Noodle Parlor remains open. Jerry Tam runs the Pekin Noodle Parlor in Butte, Montana.
People may know this is the oldest Chinese restaurant in America, but below it is so much history.
Despite Pekin's historic status, Jerry says he was never pressured by family to join the business.
I never learned to cook until I came back in around 2009, because like any Asian American, my parents wanted all of their kids to go to college, so we all went to colleges around the nation and to get a better education, to become a lawyer or a doctor and what have you. But I went into fashion, and what was great about that is I got to see the world because of it.
In 2004, Jerry even appearing on Bravo's Project Runway. But a few years later, family duty calling him home.
And unfortunately, my mom had a stroke, so my dad needed help, taking care of her and taking care of the restaurant. I think it was really hard on my father because they were in a generation where they loved each other every day, and they were just best friends.
After Jerry's mom passed, Jerry and his dad began operating Pekin together.
He never stopped working, so he was working here all the way until 85, until he couldn't make up the stairs anymore. My father and I spent every day together. I made sure he was healthy all the way till the end, the best of my ability I can do. My father passed in November, and it was really, heartbreaking. He didn't want to say goodbye to my sisters or me or this restaurant or the community. He loved Butte, Montana.
Jerry now runs Pekin Noodle Parlor with his cousin Nelson. Together, they're working to preserve a family legacy and keep a piece of Chinese American history alive in an unlikely place.
I've been asked the question, what is the future of the Pekin? And the best answer I can give you is, let's just keep it the same. Let's not change anything, because that's what people come here for. They need to have their parking spots, they have their booths, they have their favorite place to sit at the bar. I don't think they want any change, because this is a place that feels like home.
While New York City is home to America's largest Chinatown, the honor of the oldest goes to San Francisco, and that's where the Far East Cafe is located. It is one of the last remaining historic Chinese banquet halls. After a 2-year hiatus, this celebrated venue hosted the 64th annual Miss Chinatown USA pageant, a Lunar New Year tradition. The occasion marking a triumphant milestone for the century-old institution. Bill Lee has owned the Far East Cafe since 1999. His daughter Kathy working by his side as the manager.
He brought me into the restaurant to kind of understand the roots of our culture. He wanted me to remember that, Chinatown is about community, is about traditions, is about culture.
For many in the community, Chinese banquet halls are more than just venues for special events.
I feel that Far East is kind of like a second home for, a lot of our patrons that come in because they feel so comfortable. So much history and so many memories, A lot of patrons that have been here, they told me, they're like, oh, my parents had my red egg ginger party. It's very similar to like a baptism. And that was like 50 something years ago.
And that history is everywhere you look at Far East.
The ceilings, like my dad mentioned, the high ceilings, the moldings are all original. And the lanterns were all imported from China in the 1920s. So they're over 100 plus years old.
For the last few decades, there were 5 giant banquet-style restaurants in San Francisco's Chinatown. But with rising rents and gentrification, most have since closed their doors. By early 2020, only 2 banquet halls remained.
The Far East Cafe planned to celebrate its 100-year anniversary with a big celebration. Instead, it's now planning to close its doors.
At the start of the pandemic, the restaurant stayed afloat by cooking meals for senior citizens and low-income residents in Chinatown.
We applied for a PPP loan, and we got over $200,000. We also received money from the feed and fuel program. Then our landlord gave us 6 months of free rent.
Beyond COVID, a different type of virus brought more harm to Chinatowns across the country. Anti-Asian hate crimes soaring by nearly 340% in 2021.
When this started happening, I felt very, very sad and also very angry because I'm like, why is this happening to Chinatown? Why is it happening to our community? For these people to target elderly people, to push them down, to rob them, don't they realize that they have grandparents too, or they have parents that are that age? And if it happened to their parents, how would they feel?
People saw the attacks when they watched the news and heard reports, and they got even more scared. They don't want to go out, even for special events like the Mid-Autumn Festival. We tried to invite them, but they didn't want to come.
We used to be open until 10 o'clock before pandemic. Sometimes we would stay out here until midnight if we had events. Now we can't do that. We changed the business hours to close at 7:30, because safety is the most important thing.
Business owners across Chinatown still face hostility. George and Cindy Chen opened China Live in 2017.
We've been lucky. We've only had a couple instances where, people scream anti-Asian slurs. And we're concerned about our employees, coming to work and being harassed. I think that ignorance is very unfortunate.
China Live is a massive marketplace with multiple restaurants. It's in a building that once housed a banquet hall like Far East.
I remember coming to a wedding here when I was in college, and there were, I think literally 5,000 people in like 6 restaurants. But unfortunately, real estate was getting very expensive, so it's not very cost effective if you don't have that business.
But 2 years ago, the couple had to lay off 200 workers. However, with the support of partners, George and Cindy were able to pivot their business on a few fronts.
We did, the ghost kitchen was selling outside our box. So we have 10 locations in the Bay Area, from San Jose to Berkeley, and they can order food from those ghost kitchens.
Ghost kitchens prepare restaurant-quality food exclusively for delivery or takeout.
We sold so many Peking ducks, we didn't know what to do with all the duck fat. So what do? You make popcorn with it. So that's why we have a duck fat popcorn.
As business picked up, China Live was able to rehire 100 workers. Despite an uncertain future,
These restaurants remain hopeful that business will rebound.
There's more police presence. People are more, as a community, standing up for ourselves, making sure that we have like the buddy system, making sure that we're together and we feel safe, that we're walking together, that we have each other's back.
I mean, dining out is an essential part of life, right? I mean, what more fun is to look forward to having dinner with friends you haven't seen at a new place or an old favorite place?
But some old favorites just can't be replaced.
During the pandemic, many restaurants have shut down. Far East is now the biggest restaurant in Chinatown. If Far East closes, there won't be space big enough to host large events for the community.
We were overjoyed having that Miss Chinatown USA event here, a press conference, and just being able to reconnect with the community. It warmed my heart. And my dad was just like so overjoyed that people were coming in just to celebrate.
To learn more about the future of Chinese-American restaurants, I went to visit Chef Lucas Sin in New York City. This savvy chef is on a mission to save mom and pop shops from closing and putting a spin on the classics. Hey, nice to meet
good to see you.
All right, can't wait to talk and taste.
Come in here.
Lucas was born and raised in Hong Kong. Growing up, he had never heard of dishes like General Tso's chicken. What was your first experience with Chinese-American food?
Yeah.
And did you go, what the heck is this?
I was here for summer camp, and on Tuesdays at 10 o'clock or so, right before bedtime, this van would pull up in the front of the school, and you could pick between sesame chicken, General Tso's chicken, orange chicken with broccoli and fried rice or white rice or whatever it was. The first thought was that this is ridiculously delicious, whereas it's been my whole life. And the second thought is that what in the world is the difference between orange chicken and General Tso's chicken and sesame chicken? Why is there so much that I don't understand about this if last time I checked it was Chinese?
Lucas actually studied cognitive science at Yale, but he always had a passion for cooking. His summers spent training in award-winning restaurants in Hong Kong and Japan. After graduating in 2015, Lucas opened his first restaurant with Yale classmate Yang Zhao. Junzi Kitchen is a fast casual chain that serves modern Chinese fare. But Lucas remained passionate about the Chinese American cuisine he first tasted as a boy. So how did Chinese American food, the food that we have become familiar with, how did that develop? How did that happen?
Now, Chinese takeout is interesting, right? Because it's all over the United States.
So these folks come in, they apprentice in a restaurant, they learn those recipes, and
they
then
go
move
somewhere
on
else, right?
to open their own
Exactly.
restaurant.
And then their cousins come from Fujian, and then those recipes are passed on. And there's a remarkable similarity to these dishes.
Despite the popularity of Chinese American food, many family-owned restaurants that once dotted Chinatowns and other urban areas have been closing for years.
Opening restaurants is really difficult, and running restaurants is perhaps even more difficult. These moms and dads open these restaurants so that their kids can go to university and become lawyers and doctors and television hosts and whatnot. And now they're finally able to do that. They don't need to run these restaurants anymore, right? Suddenly livelihoods have changed. That's a good thing.
Lucas and Young hatched an idea to help smaller businesses in 2019. Nice Day seeks out restaurants facing closure, then works with the owners to remodel the space and update the menus. The pandemic stalled the team's initial plans, but the second location in Long Island is slated to open this spring.
It's important to me that these new Chinese American takeout restaurants that we're building called Nice Day work with the previous generation of owners, because they have a lot of knowledge that we don't. They know their customers, they know what sells, they know how to cook these dishes, they have recipes.
You raise an interesting point, Lucas, in that you talk to these retired Chinese restaurant owners. Is that part of the sense of trying to memorialize what could be lost?
Now, preserving recipes is part of it, but the other important part is preserving the way business is done. Chinese takeout restaurants are one of the few restaurants in the world that if they're open from, let's say, 11 to 10, the work hours are 11 to 10. They don't have any prep hours. The same cooks that do the wok stir fries are also prepping during the day. It's ridiculously efficient, and it's got to do with the setup and the way that the kitchens are run, but it's also important to us that we give back to this last generation and that we can make sure that owners who want to retire can retire well, and that legacy can be preserved in a new type of American Chinese takeout restaurant.
While Nice Day pays homage to popular Chinese American recipes, Lucas has been celebrated for his innovative fusion dishes. In 2021, he was named one of Food and Wine's best new chefs.
We serve a mapo mac and cheese here, which is a variation on that dish. It's fusion-y and it's silly, and it's just an attempt to do something ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. It betrays every chef sensibility that I have, but unfortunately it's delicious and it's interesting and it gets people talking.
Finally, it's time to eat. Lucas showing me how to make his signature dish. How do we get started?
So the mapo mac and cheese, the mac and the cheese elements are rigorously American. This is elbow macaroni,
right?
Cooked halfway, and this is Velveeta. But the mapo element is going to be in the form of a mapo sauce, if you will. The last two elements that really sort of take this over the edge is Chinese sausage.
Oh.
It can function like bacon, and some dried shiitake mushrooms that we've rehydrated. So to start off with, we're just going to cut a couple of things. And this tofu we will then put into the deep fryer.
This concludes the chopping portion of our program.
Next, garlic and ginger are cooked till fragrant. Then, spicy bean paste and soybean paste are added to start the sauce. Mushroom broth is added, the mixture brought to a boil so the flavors infuse.
Can I give that a try? Yeah, absolutely. Okay, here you go. So your left hand's on the wok? Yeah.
Yes. I can't get any altitude on this thing. Nothing's coming up. And that's why the pros do it, baby.
At this point, everything's smelling quite good. So the macaroni is going to go in, as well as the soup we just made. Once it's boiling and happy, 2 slices of the best of the best.
Velveeta.
Velveeta American cheese. Wait for that Velveeta to melt. You'll see that sauce is already beautifully tied together. We like to plate this dish in the Chinese takeout box.
Oh, wow.
Because it's silly.
Well, why not? It's fun. Boom.
Some fried tofu puffs as croutons go over the top. That's a little bit of texture and the homage to the original mapo tofu. These fresh scallions are actually really important because they cut through the heaviness of the original dish.
Wow. Just a little spice, the creaminess, the crunch of the tofu.
I hope you get a little bit of the
little
Chinese sausage, yeah.
Whoa, you've never had mac and cheese like this. Amid a global pandemic, changing family dynamics, and anti-Asian racism, Chinatowns across America and the communities that sustain them face a challenging road ahead.
Every business that is open right now is still fighting for its life. And I think that the best way to fight the anti-Asian hate is to show our love for the community. Come to Chinatown or your local Asian American Pacific Islander restaurant, store, market, give them your business. We have lost so much during the pandemic, and I think it makes us all so much more conscious that we have to protect what we love.
Oh, hi there. Craig Melvin here, filling in for Al Roker on this episode of Family Style. And today we're talking all about one of the country's most popular desserts and a holiday staple. We're talking about pie. And as a Southerner and a pie lover, pecan here, it's my favorite, not pecan, pecan. So this assignment was almost too good to be true. From our Thanksgiving tables to our 4th of July barbecues to Christmas and the winter holidays, pie is central to so many of our celebrations. Homemade or baked at wonderful shops like this one called Michelle's Pies in Connecticut. Americans sure have strong feelings for pie. See what I did there? But how did we become a nation of pie people? Join me as I slice into the significance of this iconic dessert and piece together how and why different pies are so important to communities across this country.
Time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other.
Yes, pecan might be my favorite, but this is my second favorite. I'm a huge fan of a good old-fashioned sweet potato pie. And I'm not alone. For millions of Black Americans, making a sweet potato pie is a meaningful tradition this time of year. And in Minneapolis, one woman stopped selling her highly sought-after sweet potato pie, and with the help of her family, started giving them away for free. Now, through her nonprofit, she is bringing generations together to bake and then gift her tasty pies. It's a recipe for spreading love and creating meaningful connections. You could say they're baking the world a better place.
Here's to the joy of our Blackness, our beauty, our energy, our power.
Yeah.
Just being able to come together in unity. Onward.
Onward.
That's Rose McGee, the founder of the Sweet Potato Comfort Pie. On a fall morning, a group of women gathered at her home just outside Minneapolis.
I appreciated young Brittany Wright approaching me and saying, Miss Rose, you really should teach us young women how to make sweet potato pie. I'll just take a little piece of the shell itself and just slide it in there, and that'll pull it right out a lot easier than trying to use a spoon because it's thicker.
Passing a tradition from one generation to the next.
Mama Rose is really good at bringing people together, making them feel welcome and having a sense of belonging. And so I thought it'd be really cool on my birthday to bring a bunch of women together, sharing experiences, learning how to bake pies, learning something from the African American tradition.
Each attendee will be making 3 pies to share with their community. 1 to keep, 1 to gift to an elder, and 1 to gift to someone younger than them.
Once we got the first batch of sweet potatoes boiling, I started exhaling. When you peel, always go to the tip, and then it just pulls right off.
For Rose, sweet potato pie is not just dessert, it's a catalyst for connection, one that she considers sacred.
It seems like it's all about the pie, but really the pie just happens to be the sweet spot that brings people together. I used to sell the pies years ago. No idea that one day I would feel compelled to give them away. Not to sell them, but to give them away. I started Sweet Potato Comfort Pie in 2014, not really realizing that that's what I was doing. After the killing of young Michael Brown in Ferguson, Missouri, and I was sitting there watching television, like felt this calling. I obeyed that calling and made about 30 pies, packed them in my car, and my son Adam drove down with me. But what I discovered was people wanted to be heard and listened to. They wanted to feel that they were being respected. So I took that to heart and brought it back home.
Back in Minneapolis, when George Floyd was killed, Rose stayed up all night baking pies to take to the memorial site to help her own community heal.
And I didn't know what to do except make some pies. And that's why I know it's not just about me. It's bigger than that. Is anybody really going to respond to that? And people do.
The organization's mission is to strengthen and cultivate relationships with the solidarity and story sharing that is part of making and receiving the pie.
I'm not trying to over-emotionalize anything, but I will say, it's something when people allow you to feel purpose and allow you to see beauty within yourself.
The sweet potato pie we know today was inspired from West African cuisine and dates back centuries. To get to the root of its origins, we must first talk about yams.
I'm Rossi Nastapulo. I'm the author of Sweetland of Liberty, A History of America in 11 Pies. So a yam is an old world crop and a sweet potato is a new world crop. And so yams are really an important part of the West African diet, whereas sweet potatoes, they are grown kind of on this side of the world.
In the United States, sweet potatoes grew abundantly in the South. Enslaved Black Americans tended to these crops and cooked with them, contributing to many of the sweet potato recipes we know today. However, credit to Black chefs and cooks didn't come until the late 1800s.
There was Melinda Russell's A Domestic Cookbook, and then Abby Fisher's What Mrs. Fisher Knows About Old Southern Cooking. And so these were two Black authored cookbooks that included recipes for sweet potato pie and really were an opportunity for these Black chefs and cooks to reclaim their knowledge and have the credit given to them. When emancipation comes, they continue to make sweet potato pie, and this time they're making it for themselves, their families, and their communities.
So you're just gonna put in a third of the way.
For those close to the sweet potato comfort pie, it's what's in the batter that really truly matters. Antoinette Pearson Ettinger is a pastry chef and helps manage the kitchen at sweet potato comfort pie gatherings.
I was at the first meeting here in Rose's living room. When I was growing up, if there were some trauma in a family or some celebration in a family, you went down the street with the pies in your hand to present to the family that was either in need or is celebrating and communicate with the folks that are there.
The pies are ready.
Today, back in Rose's kitchen is one of those celebrations in honor of Brittany's birthday.
What I appreciate about this, we have been in responsive mode. We try to respond to these crises that happen across the country and locally. So to do something more celebratory is very uplifting and very inspiring for us all.
It's a sisterhood. Through these pies, through Mama Rose, we're able to celebrate each other, empower each other, encourage each other, and we're doing it in a way through unity.
The future of sweet potato comfort pie, I believe, is a good one. Everybody has this need of wanting to connect, and when you're baking a pie, you're gonna connect.
The heart of the comfort pie connection is love and a commitment to greater good. And of course, always keeping their eyes on the pie.
When in doubt, bring a bunch of black women into the kitchen and we'll figure it out.
Coming up, a family in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, whose ancestors helped invent a sticky dessert that's still being served up today. And welcome back to Family Style, and another pie rich with history and a little sugar as well. Some say the origin of this pie, known as shoe fly, can be traced back to a cake, specifically the Centennial Cake. It first appeared in Philadelphia circa 1876, celebrating the 100th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. And while the exact origins of the shoe fly pie are lost to time, no matter how you slice it, it is a true American original. In the heart of Pennsylvania's bucolic Amish country lies a town with a name that sounds like a familiar adage.
Bird in Hand is nestled in Lancaster County. A lot of farming, a lot of agriculture, and a lot of really good, hardworking people.
Just has a peaceful and calm feeling. It just envelops you.
Bird in Hand isn't just the name of this small village. It's also the namesake of a family-owned corporation that runs a group of lodges, a campground, and eateries. John Smucker runs the business. Under his wings, the Bird in Hand Bakery and Cafe, best known for its shoe fly pie. Raised Mennonite, John and his wife Myrna have deep roots in this neck of the woods.
My family story in Pennsylvania begins in 1752 when my immigrant ancestor Christian Schmucker emigrated from Switzerland and Germany, came to America, established a farm homestead here in Lancaster County. And I'm the 8th generation.
Pennsylvania Dutch refers to immigrants who came to the U.S. from German-speaking countries in the 18th and 19th centuries, mainly to escape religious persecution in Europe. By the late 1700s, it's estimated that these immigrants accounted for more than a third of Pennsylvania's population.
No, that'd be the new farmers. He's out there doing it.
John's ancestors, along with countless others, brought with them new types of cuisine and helped invent that sticky dessert that's famous in this region, shoe fly pie.
The origins of shoe fly pie are a little bit murky. One historian traces it back to Centennial Cake, which was made in the 1800s as a celebration of Pennsylvania's centennial.
Shoe fly pie, an apple pan, Dottie makes your eyes light up.
And so that was a crustless version that then once it becomes placed in a crust to become more easily transportable, that turns into shoe fly pie.
The Smucker family has been serving up their family's shoe fly pie to the public for more than 50 years, and they've been baking it for much longer. But what exactly is shoofly pie?
I'd start with delicious.
The topping is different, so it's not so sweet pecan pie with no pecans.
Shoofly pie is a type of molasses pie. It's really a product of Pennsylvania Dutch cuisine, and it's distinguished by its inclusion of streusel, which is very classic to those types of European cuisines.
On the frontier, they had a limited amount of ingredients, a limited amount of resources, and so one of the products that they would have had was molasses, and molasses was stable.
Most shoofly pies include molasses. The Smuckers, however, do things a little differently.
We do not use a molasses product for our shoofly pie. We gravitate towards a light table syrup.
Another unique feature of shoofly pie, the traditional ingredients don't require refrigeration, making it a convenient treat for the many Amish residents in this part of the country. That's Anna Mary Smucker, or to those who knew and loved her, Grussie.
My grandmother, Anna Mary Smucker, was the one who I would say was the ultimate pie baker in our family. I'm sure she picked up recipes from her mother, who picked them up from her mother before that.
In a 1938 edition of National Geographic on the Pennsylvania Dutch, Grussie was even featured with 4 of her kids, including John's dad, and a shoofly pie. John comes from a long line of bakers, influenced by his grandparents and his parents.
My mother was a pie baker, so she was a busy cook and a housekeeper. And my father was out on the farm and doing different businesses, and so she was busy in the kitchen taking care of the family.
In 1970, John's father, Paul, opened the family's first restaurant. There, they started serving the family's signature pie to locals and tourists. In the mid-'80s, John opened another nest for foodies, Bird in Hand Bakery and Cafe, just to keep up with the soaring demand for their baked goods.
Pumpkin pie, shoofly pie, and cherry crumb pie. I just love pies.
The pies here are all made from scratch, including the ooey gooey wet bottom shoofly, using Smucker's recipe that's been passed down for generations. And apparently, this pie isn't just for dessert.
I have it for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, not necessarily every day.
What's delicious on the plate first needs to take shape.
And we like our shoofly pies to be sweet and smooth.
There are 2 main components, the goo and the crumbs. The wet filling is made with hot water, light table syrup, light brown sugar, baking soda, and eggs. It's stirred with a canoe paddle-sized kitchen tool.
So to us, the goo is one of the most important features of the pies.
That filling is poured into a homemade pie crust. The pie's signature crumb topping is made with pastry flour, light brown sugar, cinnamon, salt, and shortening, which is combined in a large mixer.
Crumbs go on top, and then this goo is down below in a layer that's about a ½ an inch thick. When we bake it, the crumbs work down through into the pie a bit and help to create what I call that middle layer.
Back when Grussie made her pies, she didn't shoo the grandkids away.
She just let us dig in.
After about an hour in the oven, the pies are cooled, covered, and carried right from the kitchen to the bakery. While visitors to this bakery savor unforgettable flavors and a pinch of the past, for John and his family, the pies are symbolic of so much more.
My grandmother would always say, "Give good measure." She was a very hospitable person. I see pies as part of hospitality.
These folks are proudly carrying on a unique Pennsylvania Dutch tradition here in the land known as Bird in Hand. Coming up, a New York City baker's quest to bring back a long-lost Christmas-time pie. today, gone tomorrow. That's what seemed to be the fate of a beloved bygone Christmas time pie. It was popular for, well, a New York minute. Well, I guess a few decades to be exact. But today, one bakery in New York City is bringing back this long-forgotten chestnut, rum, and cherry creation called Nestle Road. It's not your traditional pumpkin, apple, or blueberry dessert, but it is a treat that many older New Yorkers probably remember from childhood. Served up with a slice of nostalgia and a memory of decadent New York.
Our motto at Petey's is damn fine pie for damn fine people because we're just so proud to be a New York business. Pie has been a part of New York's culinary history the entire time, and we just wanted to elevate it the best we could. I'm Petra Paez, and I am the owner and head baker of Petey's Pie Company.
Petey's Pie, named after Petra's childhood nickname, has been serving up damn fine pie since opening in New York City in 2014.
We opened up the Tuesday before Thanksgiving. We sold like 100 pies. And then the next year, we sold 1,000 pies.
This past Thanksgiving, nearly a decade after opening, Petey's sold 10,000 pies. The big holiday rush isn't new to Petra. She grew up pulling all-nighters before Thanksgiving in the name of pie.
Pie's been part of my life since I was born. I was born into my parents' bakery. They have a bakery called Mom's Apple Pie Company in Virginia, and I always spent my Thanksgivings working at their shop. They are still in business, and they still do tremendous Thanksgiving business.
Petra inherited a love of baking from her dad.
My dad is really obsessive about quality of ingredients, and that's something that I have learned from him, to just be really focused on flavor and on like the texture and balance in a pie.
Petra left the family pie business and moved to New York City to pursue a career in teaching.
It was at the end of my first year of teaching that I met my husband, Robert.
Seemingly against all odds, it was poker that brought Petra back to pie.
He, interestingly enough, was playing poker professionally at the time. He wanted a place to invest his poker money. And so I sort of half-jokingly asked him if he wanted to open a pie bakery with me.
Robert didn't call her bluff.
And he said yes. We'd been dating a few weeks at the time, and we spent the next 3 years planning it.
Petey's menu offers the classics like apple, banana cream, key lime, and also a beloved bygone pie. The couple's love of culinary history led to Nestle Road's discovery and return.
One of the things that Robert and I used to do as we were planning our business was we would look at the New York Public Library's menu database, which is really fun. And one pie that we kept seeing over and over that we had never heard of and never tried and weren't sure how to pronounce was Nestle Road pie. It was on a lot of sort of mid-century menus from the 1940s through the 1960s.
This elusive pie piqued Petra's interest.
Stumbling across Nestle Road on these old menus was sort of like discovering a fossil or something.
Petra saw this as a chance to bring back a piece of decadent New York. Her curiosity inspired a sweet revival. Nestle Road wasn't always a pie.
It actually started as a frozen custard dessert in sort of the Victorian ages. A very decadent thing to have a frozen dessert before, refrigeration was widely available. It was like the most fancy dessert you could imagine.
First off, it was named after a Russian diplomat by his private French chef. Not to mention its luxurious ingredients of chestnuts and liqueur. Years later, the Big Apple heavily influenced the evolution of this decadent dessert. It went from a pudding mold to a pie crust.
It sort of transformed in New York City in around the 1940s by this woman named Hortense Speyer.
Baking the pies from her Upper West Side brownstone, the pie quickly gained popularity.
She made pies for like all of the fancy New York City restaurants, all the steakhouses and all the fancy fish, seafood restaurants.
The pie was a mid-century marvel. As demand grew and the pie became a New York City diner and sweet shop staple, many renditions no longer included chestnuts. By the mid-60s, it all but faded into oblivion. Nestle Road is one of Petey's holiday season offerings, but the supply is limited.
Because it's so labor intensive, we can only make 80 over the course of the week.
In creating her Nestle Road pie recipe, Petra sought to honor the origins of the dessert.
I wanted to bring that chestnut part of the flavor profile and bring it sort of front and center. My recipe is almost sort of a mashup of the sort of Hortense-inspired 1940s era and the New York diner 1960s era.
All of Petey's pies start with the same crust.
My crust is based on my dad's recipe.
It pushes the limits with one ingredient.
My crust recipe has like a 8-to-9 ratio of butter to flour, which is really high.
Next up, preparing the chestnuts for roasting.
I puree the chestnuts with sugar and with rum, and that is sort of the base note flavor of the whole pie.
The filling's light, delicate texture is achieved using gelatin.
It's sort of like a chiffon or like a fluffy custard kind of pie.
The filling is then chilled.
We did like a Swiss meringue.
The meringue is folded into the filling. Time to top with ganache. And of course, the final step, a cherry on top. They're actually sour cherries.
When I hear that somebody who hasn't tried Nestle Road pie since the 1960s tried my Nestle Road pie and loved it and just got a sense of nostalgia out of it, it really sort of brings a whole other layer of meaning into the work that I do.
Outside of the bakery, Petra and Robert are raising 3 little pie people, with a 4th on the way.
My kids are really into pie. They really love to eat pies.
As for if their kids will share a slice of the shop one day,
who knows if they'll want to continue the pie business. I look forward to passing on everything that I know, just like my parents did, and seeing if they're interested.
For most Americans, it seems that there's always room for pie, and the significance of that slice can adapt to circumstances, places, and people. Through pie, it seems we can more deeply understand not just our country's history, but our own sweetened memories.
In the 1950s, 60s, and 70s, Black-owned restaurants weren't just places to get a meal, several becoming crucial meeting spots for activists at the forefront of the civil rights movement. And the families still operating these restaurants today are committed to honoring their historic legacies.
It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other.
We're in Harlem, the epicenter of black culture in the United States. Now, many historians agree the Harlem Renaissance paved the way for the civil rights movement of the 1950s and 60s. So in this episode, we're traveling across the country to explore 3 legendary black-owned restaurants. For generations, these beloved eateries have been serving up dishes to historic figures and those fighting for change. First up, we're heading south to visit an iconic establishment that defied segregation laws. New Orleans, a city that celebrates food, music, nightlife, and history. In the Big Easy, you'll find many historic sites that played a vital role in the civil rights movement, like William Frantz Elementary School, where 6-year-old Ruby Bridges broke barriers in 1960, or New Zion Baptist Church, a hub for activists, and Treme, one of the oldest black neighborhoods in America. Here, you'll find the only restaurant on the U.S. Civil Rights Trail.
Dookie Chase Restaurant definitely is a historical landmark institution here in New Orleans.
This popular eatery is a living testament to a woman who changed the face of fine dining in America, Chef Leah Chase.
I'm Stella Chase Reese, and I am the president of the corporation here at Dookie Chase's.
And I'm Edgar Duke Chase IV, and I'm the executive chef here at Dookie Chase Restaurant.
Stella's grandparents first opened Dookie Chase's as a po' boy shop, becoming a full-service restaurant in 1941.
African Americans didn't have that place to celebrate birthdays, to celebrate promotions, to celebrate good grades, weddings, proms. So they opened up a place where that could happen.
But the next generation had a new vision for the eatery.
It was my father, Edgar Chase Jr., and his wife, Leah Lange Chase, that continued the legacy that my grandparents started.
Dookie Chase Jr. was an avid jazz musician who promoted some of America's first integrated concerts.
His friendship with all the musicians, Ray Charles and Duke Ellington and Sarah Vaughan, we would hear stories of them after their performance coming here to dine at Dookie Chase.
And Leah was determined to bring an elevated dining experience for her black patrons.
She wanted the best china, she wanted linens, she wanted them to be served the best they could be served, because she didn't want our community to be deprived of anything else than any other community had.
That community was on the brink of a revolution, years in the making.
Post-1865 and the Emancipation Proclamation, with the masses of African American people now free, the country was overwhelmed. Hierarchies needed to be reestablished. It was important from a white supremacist point of view that black folks knew their place.
By the late 19th century, Jim Crow laws legalizing racial segregation in the former Confederate states. Those laws were further cemented by the Supreme Court case Plessy versus Ferguson, which upheld the separate but equal doctrine. But Dookie Chase's defied those laws, welcoming patrons of all races to dine and discuss political issues facing the black community.
Their willingness and openness to everyone in the community made them a hub of safety, made them a hub of belonging.
But that openness also made the Chase family a target.
There were times that we had people throw things in and try to, destroy the peace. But that didn't frighten my parents. They continued because they know what they were doing was the correct thing to do.
By the 1960s, Dookie Chase's had become a go-to spot where activists could connect and strategize.
We had the opportunity to serve many of our civil rights leaders, Martin Luther King, Jesse Jackson, Rosa Parks, Thurgood Marshall. The list goes on and on. And then Freedom Bus Riders, they came here. My parents realized that until we all learn to enjoy life together and get to that part where social justice would be for everyone, that this community or any other community in our country would not grow and will not be better.
In the 1970s, Leah becoming passionate about promoting black artists.
Her love of art was also celebrated here at Dookie Chase's when she gave African American artists the opportunity to actually display their art on her wall, because at the time they had no place to display their art.
Her extraordinary life even becoming the inspiration for Disney's first black princess, Tiana.
It meant a lot for her because she did have some of the kids dress up and come here.
Leah Chase, the queen of Creole cuisine, passing away on June 1st, 2019. But her spirit and her culinary traditions are in vigilant and capable hands.
This is Leah Chase's kitchen. It's set up the same way, and we love it like that, because as you know, she's still with us. She's still watching us.
Chef Duke continues to serve Creole cuisine that's been on the menu for decades, from red beans and rice to shrimp clemenceau and the famous chicken a la Dookie. But the restaurant's most popular dish, gumbo.
You think back to the civil rights era when we had leaders strategizing in our upstairs dining room. We fed them gumbo. You think about presidents today, President Barack Obama, President George Bush came here. We always started them with gumbo because my grandmother always believed that her gumbo will solve any problems, and we like to say her gumbo changed the course of America.
Gumbo, an official state food of Louisiana. Dookie Chase's version has a little something for everyone. Not one, but two types of sausage. Some Louisiana blue crab.
What we do here is we take the top shell off, we clean it up, and we just crack it in half, release some of those flavors.
Chicken and shrimp.
This is really coming out to be a beautiful gumbo.
The gumbo simmering until it's ready to serve.
I mean, if you just smell this, the neighborhood smelling this, everybody knows when Dookie Chase is cooking gumbo.
Today, the Chase empire is expanding. Chef Duke just opened the family's newest restaurant, Chapter 4.
Being a fourth-generation African-American restaurateur is huge.
Many generations now working side by side.
Being around my family all day, that's the biggest blessing. I'm so grateful that I get to work with all my family, and it's such a joy.
And that joy best expressed over great food.
Hello, family. Enjoying everything.
We are enjoying everything.
What's the song that Rachel?
I'm going down to Dookie Chase to get myself some gumbo. When the service is right, they treat you nice.
The whole restaurant, Dookie Chase's, is a gift to the family that was given by my great-grandparents. And so we want to make sure that, the restaurant sustains that legacy and all the traditions.
Leah Chase said, "Food builds big bridges. If you can eat with someone, you can learn from them.
And when you learn from someone, you can make big changes."
We can change the course of America in this restaurant over a bowl of gumbo.
We can talk to each other and relate to each other.
When we eat together.
A trip to Harlem just wouldn't be complete without a meal here at Sylvia's restaurant. This neighborhood institution has been serving up soul food since 1962. And what started as a small luncheonette has now become a family empire, beloved by tourists, locals, and plenty of famous faces.
The cornbread was sweet, it was warm, and it just reminded me of home.
It took me back to my grandmother's cooking, so I really enjoyed it.
What brought me here today was that I was hungry and wanted some good soul food. So where do you go in Harlem? Sylvia's.
Soul food is the cultural identity marker that really symbolizes our journey as a people living in America.
Triness Woods Black is the granddaughter of the legendary queen of soul food, Sylvia Woods.
Sylvia grew up in Hemingway, South Carolina, where she met her love, Herbert Woods, when they were 11 and 12. They fell in love picking beans after school.
But this entrepreneur-to-be wasn't content with life on the farm.
My grandmother, she came to New York when she was 16. She knew that this was a place that was more palatable for African Americans to really live.
Sylvia and Herbert were among the estimated 6 million African Americans who left the Jim Crow South during the Great Migration.
They had came, north to escape all of the atrocities that were happening and to really be in control of their lives. If you were black, Harlem was the place to be.
Sylvia finding work at a diner, Johnson's Luncheonette, which she eventually purchased from the owner with a loan from her mom.
Mr. Johnson knew that my grandmother would make it. And on August 1st, 1962, Sylvia's restaurant was born.
As the cultural center of Black America, Harlem became a crucial site for demonstrations and organizing by leaders like Martin Luther King Jr. and Malcolm X, according to Professor Psyche Williams-Forson.
The heart of civil rights is America, because it wasn't limited to one area. Though folks were in the North, they still experienced poverty and inequality and voter suppression and homelessness.
Sylvia made the restaurant a welcoming place for activists.
She played her role as ensuring that the community leaders had a place to meet and to commune and to strategize. Everyone dined at Sylvia's. Dizzy Gillespie, Ossie Davis, Ruby Dee. These are actors and actresses that were on the front line.
By the 1960s, the movement had achieved major gains, like the historic Brown versus Board of Education and successful boycotts. But racial discrimination and police brutality against Black Americans persisted, resulting in deadly riots throughout the decade. Two devastating events just 4 years apart sparked destructive riots throughout Harlem. But Sylvia's was always spared.
Harlem was on fire, and my grandmother kept the restaurant open because the grocery stores were not open, nothing was open. People couldn't feed their kids. And she was in that kitchen making food so that this community would have something to eat.
This strong connection with Harlemites has continued for decades.
We have guests that eat with us every single day. And sometimes we have people that eat with us multiple times a day.
Coming up, I learned the secret to Sylvia's famous fried chicken. Sylvia's in Harlem has been serving up soul food since 1962. And this native New Yorker couldn't wait to get back into their historic dining room.
Oh, wow. It's so good to see you.
It's been so long.
It's been way too long.
Missed you.
I've missed you too. But you know what? The good thing about Sylvia's is it's like I saw you yesterday.
It's coming home.
It's coming
It's
home.
coming home. The dining room walls showcasing famous faces and political figures, along with treasured memories.
This picture is one of my grandmother's favorites. This was when Winnie and Nelson Mandela came to New York when he was freed.
Eating here has become a rite of passage for many candidates. And there's a young man, I don't know whatever happened to this guy.
You know, I think he might have turned out okay.
I think so.
Yeah.
After a meal here,
Yeah.
this is what sent him on his path.
That's right. It was the chicken. It was the chicken.
But the heart of Sylvia's is Harlem. Triness and her family have worked hard to stay active in the neighborhood, from funding college scholarships for local teens to supporting Black Lives Matter events. What is it about this restaurant that keeps people coming back?
Authenticity. Authenticity times love. Sylvia's, when you come to Sylvia's, you know what you're going to get. You're going to get some good food that's going to make you feel warm.
Today, over a dozen family members help run Sylvia's empire, which includes a catering business and a successful food product line. What's it like working with family? Because I know your brother Marcus, your baby brother Marcus,
baby
is there in the
brother.
kitchen. What's that like?
Watching my brother throw down in the kitchen is something that we always knew was going to happen.
Executive Chef Marcus Woods has been at the helm for 5 years. Sylvia's grandson, it is so good to see you.
Yeah.
And you're back here, you're running the kitchen. What's that like for you? I mean, knowing that this legacy your grandmother's had.
I'm honored. I still get to cook for people like you and the community of Harlem. So as long as I can do that, I'm happy and always honored and blessed.
You know, the amazing thing is food brings people together. You look in that dining room, everybody's there.
Yes. Well, Sylvia used to always say that the first time you come to Sylvia's, you're a guest. The second time, you're family.
According to Marcus, fried chicken, the most beloved menu item. So, did your grandmother teach you how to do this?
Yes, she taught me how to fry chicken, everything down to the seasoning. She would always say, you know, moisturize chicken and marinate it like you're putting lotion on a baby.
Now I can't get that image out of my head
Exactly.
now. One secret, Chef Marcus first applies a dry rub to marinate the chicken. Now, is that just plain flour?
Yeah, this is plain flour. We add a little coarse black pepper to it. Drop them all in there. You just want to give it a little mix.
Again, the baby metaphor.
The baby metaphor.
Like you're tossing the baby. After the chicken's coated, it gets a gentle shake. Then it's into the deep fryer.
That looks like tender love and care right there.
Oh,
See
yeah.
how gentle he's putting it in there?
Putting the baby to bed.
Yep. They'll let you know when they're ready to wake up.
What's the best part of working here?
That every day when I walk in, I get to feel like my grandmother's still with me. Yeah.
Wow.
Like I feel her, I can really feel her presence in this place. And it reminds me every time you're feeling a little lazy, it's like, all right, she's watching. You gotta pick up the pace. And she treated everybody the same. Celebrity, normal person, worker, dishwasher, cook, chef. I don't know if I can ever live up to who she was, but I'm gonna try. She was an amazing person.
After about 15 minutes, golden perfection. Wow. That looks perfect. Now,
Now you're a thigh person, so I know
am
what
a
you're
thigh
going
person.
for.
Oh, I remember how good this is. That's perfect.
Perfect?
Wow, the seasoning, it's moist, crisp. Oh. Your grandmother's smiling right now.
That's Sylvia's fried chicken right there.
You treated the baby well.
Mm-hmm.
Marcus, this is fantastic. It's so great to see you.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, I'm going to take this piece to go.
Oh, I'm gonna pack up a whole bunch for you.
Thank you.
Welcome back. In Oakland, California, Lois the Pie Queen has been serving up Southern specialties, hospitality, and of course, fabulous pies since the 1950s. But it's more than just a space for delectable food. It's a well-known hub for political activists, artists, musicians, and everyday folks to meet, mix, and collaborate.
Come on down to Lois the Pie Queen. Get your breakfast on and them mean green.
Lois the Pie Queen is serving up much more than brunch staples.
It's just a great place for locals to come, great place for people to connect.
And it's just awesome that I could come to a place like this and have some soul food.
My name is Chris Davis, and I'm owner of Lois the Pie Queen. We serve food that warms the soul.
This family's roots run deep in Northern California. Lois Davis, Chris's mom, began selling homemade pies at her church in the 1940s. They were an instant hit. Her husband, Roland, dubbed her the Pie Queen and saw a new business opportunity.
My dad was a chef at B&G Foods in San Francisco, and they combined both of their efforts to open up the restaurant and serve breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
In 1953, the duo opening their Oakland restaurant.
So my mother ran the restaurant for 40 years, and it started at 4:30 in the morning for her and ended at 11 at night, and she was a pure perfectionist.
Lois perfecting recipes she enjoyed growing up.
The recipes were my grandmother's recipes. My grandmother was from Texas, and they have maintained the test of time. All of the items that are on the menu were pretty much on the menu when my mom started the restaurant.
From key lime pie topped with raspberry jam to banana cheesecake, sweet treats are always popular here. But there are plenty of savory staples that keep customers coming back every morning. And there's one dish with a special place in many folks' hearts.
You might not find salmon croquettes on the menu anywhere in the Bay Area.
The salmon croquettes are part salmon, part mackerel, yellow onions, salt and pepper, Italian breadcrumbs.
These croquettes, which originated in the South, were a meal staple for many black families.
Most black folks couldn't afford crab, once it became popularized, but in the absence of that, canned fish, salmon croquettes became a major filler.
With a couple of cans, families could make an affordable yet delicious meal. Lois's dishes have brought in celebrities from Sammy Davis Jr. to Zendaya, and sports icons like Reggie Jackson ain't here so often, they actually named a pork chop special after him.
So here's my wall of fame and some of the special people that are up here. This is Black Panther Party Minister Eldridge Cleaver.
All power to the people!
In the 1960s and 70s, Lois welcomed members of the newly formed Black Panther Party. The restaurant is a short drive from Merritt Community College, where activists Huey P. Newton and Bobby Seale first met, founding the party in 1966. Chris attended Merritt with both of them.
I had Eldridge Cleaver, Angela Davis, Bobby Seale, Huey P. Newton come through the restaurant. Civil rights leaders and organizers and community leaders would come and meet and organize and strategize. There was a lot of electricity in the restaurant when they visited.
The Black Panthers have a controversial legacy.
The story we tend to hear is one of violence. What we don't hear about as much are the various lunch programs and free breakfast, of course. They saw black communities as in and of themselves resilient, capable of being self-sufficient.
Lois and Chris were not members of the party, but it was during this era the restaurant became an important gathering space in the Oakland community for different walks of life.
When people come and are needy and ask for food, we always do what my mom did, which was we always take care of them. We always give them a meal.
The restaurant expanding this mission amid the pandemic, providing 16,000 meals to locals in need.
It is a place for people to come and get together and try and figure out how to make our community and our world a better place.
Today, that mission to help others has evolved.
Chris uses his platform to support local musicians and keep the restaurant buzzy by bringing in younger generations.
I believe that aspect of music and musicianship is something that is in the ethos of the restaurant. Hey, Mr. Jackson, how are you? Good, I'm doing good, man.
Good to see you, man.
Good.
He recently started a music management company for Wise Men Entertainment that he unofficially runs from the tables at Lois.
It's not an accident or a coincidence that you look around and see a lot of photographs of, famous folks. There's a lot of people that he supports. And I don't mean support just by putting our pictures up. He'll cultivate young artists that are looking to get an opportunity to get a platform where they can be seen and heard.
Would you like hash browns, grits, or rice?
Grits, of course, grits.
Chris is determined to keep the restaurant in the family. His son, Corey Jackson, has been overseeing the day-to-day at Lois for nearly 5 years.
Working with my dad gave me an understanding of not only the hard work my grandmother put forward, and how much my dad is trying to fill those shoes, and now I'm trying to fill his.
Corey hoping his sons will share the passion for the family business.
They can't stay away. They have a job right now. They fold silverware. It's great to see my kids and their Papa Chris bond in those times.
Chris thinks Lois would be incredibly proud to see her restaurant continuing to thrive.
We are the oldest Black restaurant in the Bay Area. It is a tribute to my mom's efforts to support her community and to create a place that was a home away from home and a place that served food that warmed the soul.
Say cheesecake. Cheesecake.
As you might imagine, keeping a restaurant running for decades is no easy feat, especially in the face of adversity. But with delicious dishes and unwavering hospitality, these historic hotspots have nourished generations fighting for social change. These places now stand as symbols of resilience, inspiring and feeding a new generation of community leaders. I scream, you scream. Okay, I'm going to stop right there because I know you know how it goes. We are here at New York City's legendary Lexington Candy Shop. Happens to be my neighborhood luncheonette. And there was a time when soda fountains and diners like this were all over New York City and all over the country. Whether it's a cone, a sundae, or an ice cream float. I gotta tell you, there's nothing that brings back memories like places like these. Today, we're getting the scoop and diving into the history of America's beloved sweet shops. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're gonna learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. It's no coincidence that here at the Lexington Candy Shop, one of New York City's most iconic soda fountains, they serve ice cream from the city of brotherly love. It's Bassett's, the oldest ice cream company in America. In fact, Philadelphia is home